Morning. 9 a.m. I call the quarterly meeting to order with our agenda posting. We invite members of the public to broadcast the board of directors meeting live www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak to today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item 5, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note, this meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be made available to the public. At this time, I'd like to ask Executive Director Trey Apple to call the roll. Director Augusto has an excused absence. Director Baruch. Here. Director Bullard. Here. Director Cabillo. Here. Director Cantu. Here. Director Cardenas. Here. Another Director Cardenas has an excused absence. Director Charbonnet. Here. Director Terry. Here. Director Clark. Director Cochran. Here. Director Courageous. Here. Director Crosley. Here. Director Culpepper. Here. Director Maroon III. Here. Director Fisher. Here. Director Forbes has an excused absence. Director Fuller has an excused absence. Director Gibson. Here. Director Goss. Here. Director Harris. Good morning. Director Hill. Present. Director Hoskins. Here. Director Huddleston has an excused absence. Director Asrani has an excused absence. Director Kern. Here. Director Kroger. Here. Justice Lehrman. Here. Judge McClure. Here. Director McDonald. Here. Director Miller. Here. Director Morales. Here. Director Mount has an excused absence. Director Naylor. Here. Director Pineda. Here. Director Pratt. Here. Judge Ramirez has an excused absence. Director Rispoli has an excused absence. Director Ritter. Here. Director Shambato. Director Scott. Here. Director Sloan. Here. Director David Smith. Here. Director Michael Smith has an excused absence. Director Todd Smith. Here. Director Stafford. Present. Director Stelly. Here. Director Sue. Here. Director Diego Rojan. Here. Director Tisdale. Here. Director Toby. Here. Director Tobin. Here. Director Tolchin. Here. Director Vargas. Here. Director Vasquez has an excused absence. Judge Wilkinson. Here. Director Pat Wilson. Here. Director Wooten. Here. Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Director Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu to come and meet us in the
Chairman, good morning, Madam President. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly God, we are thankful for this day and another opportunity to serve the great state of Texas and its lawyers. We ask that you grant this board and our leaders wisdom and strength to fulfill our calling, duties, and responsibilities, and that we do so with respect, grace, open hearts, and open minds. May we remember the great trust placed on each one of us as we move forward to do what is right. Lord, we pray you may bestow your blessings, healing hands, and love on Lucy Forbes and Vic Firth, that they may feel the embrace, warmth, and well wishes of all of those who are here. Lord, bless this board, bless our leaders and lawyers, and bless the great state of Texas. For this we pray. Amen.
Director Sue now will come forward and lead us in the pledges. Pledge allegiance to the honor one state under God, one leader. Thank you. I want to just very briefly give you a little roadmap for today. We will break at around 11:35 or 11:40. We'll not take a mid-morning break. We'll break 11:35, 11:40 for those of you who need to go gather luggage and check out. So you can do that. That will also be our lunch break. You'll get your lunch and we'll come back in here and try to resume as quickly as possible. We're going to work through lunch as we did at the last meeting, so we try to get everyone on the road as quickly as possible this afternoon. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card and return it to the staff. If there is a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your turn to speak, and I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. If you have any members of the public, either remotely or in person, wishing to speak. Seeing none, during the remainder of the meeting, the public comment period is now closed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone, and I will let you know when you are recognized and it's your turn to speak. At this time, Justice Leonard, please come up, and Kenneth Culpepper, our new director, will be sworn in.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I, Kenneth Culpepper, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties, that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of director of the State Bar of Texas, and with the best of my ability, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the United States and of Texas, so help me God. So help me God. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome Director Culpepper. At this time, we'll consider the consent agenda. Any director who wishes to make, we'll need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any director who wishes to make the motion or second it, please state your name. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Moved by Director Cherry. Is there a second?
Second.
Director Goss seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Consent agenda is approved. At this time, I would like to ask President Gibson to comment and present the resolutions.
Good morning, everyone. Three resolutions today for three very well-deserving recipients, and I'm going to start with Judge Floyd Brantley, who's here with his wife, City. Judge Brantley, if you want to come up to the front. While you're walking, I'll tell you about Judge Brantley. Judge Brantley is a class of Texas Day of Civility, 1981, and a member of the Ross Volunteers, which those of you who are right at some help and honored position is to be a member of the Ross Volunteers. And served my good friend Bill Jones for president of the TYLA. Classmate, that's right. Judge Brantley has been practicing law since 1985. He graduated from South Texas College of Law, where he founded the Aggie Law Student Association. He's board certified in personal injury trial law. He worked as a briefing attorney at the Texas Supreme Court and as an attorney in private practice, and was recently elected and sworn in January of this year as the judge of Brazos County Court at Law No. 2. He is a longtime bar leader and volunteer. He served as a founding officer of the Brazos Valley Young Lawyers Association. He's a past president of the Brazos County Bar Association and on the boards of the TYLA and the State Bar of Texas, and is a member of ABOTA, which is the American Board of Trial Advocacy. He's got street cred out the well to do. He's also an active volunteer in his community with his wife Cindy, who serves both his local church and as a founding board member of Save Our Streets Ministries. As I said, he's joined today by his beautiful wife Cindy. They have 4 children, one of whom is a Texas lawyer, who graduated in 2018, and apparently they moved to
And now in Fort Worth. Now in Fort Worth.
Allen to Fort Worth after meeting a young woman. And today, the State Bar of Texas honors Judge Bryan with a resolution in recognition of his service to the people of Bryan County and his unwavering commitment to the law. I'm honored to present you.
There are more back there. On the back table, there are some laid out 12-man towels.
So our next honoree is Judge Travis Bryan III. Judge Bryan, you may be waiting to the front. Judge Bryan was licensed to practice law in Texas in 1972 after graduating from Baylor University School of Law and was recognized as a 50-year lawyer in 2022. Board certified in criminal law, Judge Bryan served as Brazos County community as an attorney in private practice, as a district attorney, as a criminal defense attorney, and finally as judge of the 272nd District Court before he retired in December of 2020.
His service to the legal profession also includes serving as the past president of the Brazos County Bar Association and being a fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation. Judge Bryan is widely recognized and known by colleagues for his fairness, his knowledge of the law, his care for individuals, and his commitment to doing what he believes is right. Today, the State Bar of Texas recognizes and honors Judge Bryan with a resolution in recognition of his service to the people of Brazos County and his unwavering commitment to the law. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Yeah, that's yours. And last but not least, we have a resolution for Donald Delgado. Donald, if you'll make your room, they've got a cheering squad back in the back. I had them ask them to sit down, but they're going to leave right after this. So, Mr. Delgado has been licensed in Texas since 2008 after graduating from the University of Texas School of Law. He works as a commercial litigation partner in West, Webb, Albritton, and Gentry, practicing in the areas of civil litigation, construction law, and government and regulatory law. He's a dedicated bar leader. Mr. Delgado is the incoming president of the Brazos County Bar Association and has served on the boards of both the Brazos County and the Texas Young Lawyers Associations. He served as TYLA Vice President, as panel chair of the District 8A Grievance Committee, which we need those volunteers. I think there's something like 375 volunteers that it takes to run our grievance program. And as a member of the State Bar's Legal Services to the Poor in Criminal Matters Committee, among others. Mr. Delgado is very dedicated to his community. He serves on the board of On Ramp, which is a nonprofit that provides vehicles to people in need. And he's a co-founder of First Win, a nonprofit focused on mentoring the needs of children who lack basic nutritional and health resources. Today, the State Bar of Texas is honored to present this recognition to Donald Delgado, this resolution in recognition of his service to the people of Brazos County and his unwavering commitment to the law. That completes the presentation of the resolutions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Gibson. Judge Brantley, I love you, but this is provoking a crisis of conscience at the front table. At least it's not Director Courageous talking about China Spring, so it's, you know. We will now move on to agenda item 7C, the chair's report. Very briefly, a couple of housekeeping items. First, to reinforce board effect, please remember that that is our primary means of communicating information to you and gathering information from you. Please, please, please respond to your notices. As I tell you every meeting, every time you don't respond to a survey or a notice or an RSVP, you are creating additional work for some staff member at the State Bar of Texas to have to track you down and force you to respond. So let's all remember to try and do that. Also, a reminder about your Texas Bar emails. All members of the board have received a texasbar.com email address. You should have filled out a survey to indicate whether you want all correspondence sent to that email address or simply CC'd to that address. In any case, please make sure you know how to access your State Bar email account. If you need assistance, please contact Jennifer or Tammy. Please take the time before you leave today to thank the staff for putting together such an excellent venue and meeting for us. As always, they just top notch, do a great job for us. Communications, please, again, another reminder that part of your role as a director is communicating with local bars or other organizations. I'm really pleased to report that a number of you approached me last night and told me that you have scheduled presentations in your local districts. We are just delighted to hear that. Please keep at that. 2 accredited presentations are available for you to present, a 1-hour update covering all State Bar operations and a half-hour update primarily covering member benefits. Those are ready to go in board effect anytime you need to access them. Please do remember anytime you schedule a presentation to let our communications team know through Lowell Brown. It's important that they coordinate with MCLE to ensure that the attendees receive proper credit. Also, communications is your source for the most updated PowerPoint slides and handouts. A couple of other items. I was really happy to be able to attend Judge McClure's investiture last week. Veronica and I had never been to one, and it was really a neat event, and so congratulations to Judge McClure. Although not in my formal capacity as board chair, hard to separate sometimes, I visited the Amarillo and the Lubbock Bar Association since our last meeting and found myself in Lubbock without cufflinks. And the dean was kind enough to give me, as far as I know, the only existing, these were the prototype for the Texas Tech School of Law cufflinks, and he gave me his pair. And I promised him that I would wear them at the next board meeting and give Tech Law a shout out. So very grateful to him for that. And then Veronica and I are happy to be joining everyone else up here to head over this afternoon for tomorrow night's Austin Bar Gala. We're really looking forward to that. So that concludes my report. We will now move to the next agenda item, which is to discuss our candidates for 2023-2024 board chair. We have 2 candidates, Dwight McDonald of Lubbock and Kenan Wooten of Austin. The candidates will each now address the board in alphabetical order. They will each have up to 5 minutes. This time, Director McDonald, would you please come to the podium?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. As Chad told you, my name is Dwight McDonald. I'm the district director for District 16 out in Lubbock and Midland. I grew up in Dimmitt, Texas, small town about 80 miles from Lubbock. I was raised by my grandparents. My father was killed in Vietnam in 1969. My mother was 16 years old when I was born. And so my grandparents took on the responsibility of raising myself and my siblings. Grew up working the fields in Castro County, driving tractor. I was the first person in my family to actually graduate from high school. And growing up the way that I did, I know you all probably can't see or haven't noticed, but I always have a rubber band on my arm. That's to remind me that when I was growing up, a lot of times I had to wear my socks. We wore our socks up high back then, and my socks would lose the elasticity because we didn't have the money to change socks often. And so I would take rubber bands and put them around my calves to hold my socks up. This band is to remind me of how it felt to be thought of as less than or to be disenfranchised. And so I wanted to make sure that I never forgot that. Part of, once I got to college, it was kind of difficult having to try to figure out how to work through that system, filling out applications, financial aid, because there was really nobody that I could look to kind of give me any guidance on that. But I had people that would provide resources and assist me in getting, even when I was discouraged, they would come to my aid and keep me going. And I managed to get through college and law school and opened up my own practice, was in private practice for 22 years in a small partnership. But I never got involved with the State Bar of Texas because I didn't think the State Bar had any use for me as a solo or small practitioner who was doing criminal defense work. And so I carried on without being involved with the State Bar of Texas until 2016, when I went to work at, actually I went to Tech in 2015, but as part of my opportunity to get promoted, you have to have service to the bar. So I joined the criminal justice section of the State Bar of Texas, and I also started to participate with the Lubbock Area Bar Association. Had the good fortune to become the chair of the criminal justice section of the State Bar of Texas in 2020, and currently the president of the Lubbock Area Bar Association. I want to make sure that everybody feels like this is their bar, that they are needed and supported here. As part of my chairmanship and involvement with criminal justice section, I have recruited the last two presidents of the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association onto the criminal justice section. I've recruited the district attorney's office in Lubbock to participate with the Lubbock Area Bar Association because they're the largest law firm in Lubbock and they weren't participating. Well, you can't have that because I know what it's like to be on the outside looking in. And so what I found out was the State Bar does offer opportunities for small firms, solos, criminal defense lawyers, prosecutors, but we've got to access that and we've got to get those people involved. And that's what I want to do, is make sure that everybody is under the tent and feels like they're a part of this organization. The State Bar does have all those opportunities. The problem is, I think, it's kind of like winking in the dark. The only one who knows you're doing it is you. And so we do a lot, but we're not sharing that, and people that we need to know this information aren't being brought in because they're disregarding what we're doing. And so we need to establish relationships with those folks and bring them in. Part of that is making a personal outreach to folks. That's how I got involved, was someone reached out to me. And that's what I would challenge this board and the sections to do. When I left to go to college that Saturday morning, my grandfather came up to me and said, "Don't come back here without something to show for it." Well, my challenge to you is, as the board, I would say, don't come back here without someone to show for it. We each have a responsibility to bring folks into the fold and educate them, help themselves by using the resources, accessing the resources and support that the State Bar has, so that they don't feel less than, so that they don't feel disenfranchised, so that they understand that the State Bar is actually here for them. I'm going to ask you for your vote in April. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Director McDonald. At this time, we'll hear from Director Wooten of Austin.
Thank you very much, Chair Baruch, for the opportunity to speak today about my desire to be the next board chair. Before I say anything else, I want to say that I'm honored to run alongside Director McDonald. And Director McDonald, no matter what happens, I'm really looking forward to serving with you next year. I'm fortunate to know many of you here well and to have served alongside you over the years in various capacities. But for those of you who don't know me quite as well, I'll give you just a thumbnail sketch of who I am. I'm a mom, a daughter, a sister, and a partner at an Austin law firm. I'm a double grad from UT Austin, where I was a varsity athlete in undergrad. I'm a former clerk for Chief Justice Wallace B. Jefferson at the Supreme Court of Texas, and I'm a rules junkie. I was the rules attorney at the Supreme Court of Texas. I am on the Supreme Court Advisory Committee. I've served on the State Bar's Court Rules Committee, among many others. I've been involved with bar service for about 20 years, and I've been in leadership positions for about 15 of those years. And the reason I've dedicated so much of my life to bar service is because it's one of the things that helps me feel like I'm living a meaningful life. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said something that has guided me in my adult life. He said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And it's that question coupled with the introspection that it prompted that brought me to this podium today. It led me to run for the State Bar Board of Directors, and it leads me to ask for your support to be the next board chair. If I'm elected to serve as board chair, I'll be accessible to all the board members, and I'll strive to be a good steward as we engage in the self-governance process in the 2023-2024 term. And that leads to another reason why I'm standing here today. I want to be a part of the leadership team that demonstrates that we, as the State Bar Board of Directors, approach self-governance seriously and responsibly. And that to that end, we engage in thoughtful, deliberative processes in which both internal and external input is welcomed, appreciated, and considered. I also think that as board chair, you have a role to play in that process through a couple different things. One is through the structuring of the meeting agendas set to ensure that we maximize efficiency, but also have enough time for comment and discussion. I think another way is through our interaction with everyone involved with our meetings. I think we have to treat all of them with the respect and dignity they deserve. I think we have to be welcoming and kind. We are the face of the bar, and if we're not that way, we suggest that there are outsiders and insiders, and that's just not the case. So that's something I would strive to do if elected as chair, is to help us in continuing to show that we take this self-governance seriously and do it well and respectfully. Collectively, we are a really diverse board. We represent a diverse group of constituents. Sitting here in this room, we have different political beliefs, different religious beliefs, different backgrounds. We face different challenges in our careers and in our lives in general. And all of those differences could divide us. They could make us divisive, but they don't. I think they make us stronger, and I think that's something that we as directors can all be very proud of. I think it's really important for us to continue to set a good example as the self-governing body of the board to show that we can be stronger together than we are apart. If we work together despite our differences and because of our differences, really, because the output of that collective process is stronger if we celebrate our differences and have robust discussions as opposed to being afraid of them. I'll close with a personal example of why I'm here, a personal goal in my life. I've told my daughter a lot that one of my most important jobs in life is to keep her safe, and that's true. But it's also my job to try to set a good example for her, both as her mom and as a woman. And one of the ways I do that is try to help her cope with fear. We all have fear. It's powerful. And Jimmy Iovine, in a documentary that I think is great called The Defiant Ones, said something that stuck with me and I try to share with her. He said we should make fear a tailwind instead of a headwind. So I try to show my daughter to never be afraid, never let fear stop you from pursuing positions that you're qualified to fill. I'm here because I want to be your chair, and I'm qualified to be your chair. I hope to earn your support. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Director Wooten. Any comments from directors? Chair recognizes Director Fisher.
As you know, Chad, your wife got with me yesterday a couple times and made me promise to be nice to you the whole meeting. And already I've gone through the invocation, the roll call, and the pledge without incident.
The chair compliments you on your discretion, Director Fisher.
Thanks. Thank you. No, seriously, I wanted to kill an old bar tradition that's been around ever since, even before me, where when two candidates, the two presidential candidates or the two chair candidates run and announce that nobody ever asks a question. So I do have one question I'd like both of them to, and it's a difficult question, both of them respond to. And that question is, have either of you ever been in a position where you've had like a minority viewpoint or maybe a viewpoint that was not popular, and you were faced with the decision to speak out and maybe hurt some people's feelings? And how did you react in that? And I want to give them a little time and just say that in all the years I've been here, and I think Andrew agrees with me, these are the two best candidates that I've seen for chair. I really admire Dwight for his integrity. No, the two
You've
best.
let my wife down now, Director
No, no.
Fisher, but please continue. It's
No,
okay.
Frank Stevenson may have been, and you may have been near the best, but the two best candidates. And God, now you're okay. And I really admire Dwight because of that redistricting thing, and you know how bar politics is. And when he got selected instead of me, I asked him, and I had all the background in redistricting. I said, hey, what are your qualifications for this? And he could have said anything from profanity to whatever. And he just looked at me and said, I don't have any. I don't have any experience in this at all, Steve. And I really admire that kind of integrity. And with Keaton, whenever there's some language to be phrased or some difficult legal task, people always say, go to Keaton. And I have, and she just really has that expertise. Okay, your time's up. Let's hear that.
Thank you for your comments, Director Fisher. Let me just say, first of all, we're not going to ask, it's a great question. We're not going to ask the chair candidates to answer it here, but I know they will be talking to you and to other directors, and any of you who want an answer to that question, I would encourage you to seek it from each of the candidates. Also, Director Fisher, I echo your comments. These are two outstanding candidates. And I will tell you, you're all going to get calls from them, and I know no one necessarily is thrilled to get that call or looks forward to that call because it's very hard to choose between two people that aren't just great candidates but are great people and we all feel very close to. Please remember, it's a really hard thing to put yourself out there in this group and run for chair. So take the time to visit with them when they call, and if you have questions of them, whether it is Director Fisher's question or another one, please take the time to get answers from them. And I know they'll provide those answers. So thank you both for running. We very much appreciate it. The last item in my report is the discussion and approval of the method of voting. We have for a number of years done this by secret ballot rather than show of hands, rather than take a vote. Unless there is an objection from someone in the room, unless a director has an objection, we are going to do it again by secret ballot. Does anyone object to that method? Director Tolshin, would you please approach the microphone?
In no way do I object to having a ballot that we don't all see as it occurs, but to call it a secret ballot would be a fallacy. It's a public record. That's all I wanted to say.
It is done through board effect. Thank you for the correction, Director Tolshin, and I should have made that clear. We conduct the election through board effect. So yes, thank you. Does anyone object to doing the voting through board effect rather than by show of hands? Seeing none, then we will just consider that adopted by the body through consent. And that brings us to agenda item 8, which is the report from our executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, directors. Judge Bryan and Judge Brantley, congratulations. I want to say thank you for the examples that you have set for all of us in leading our profession. You lend credibility and integrity to everything we stand for and everything we do. So thank you. And if Donald Delgado was here, I'd say the same thing to Donald, but I don't see him. A couple of words about our leadership, meaning our leadership to my immediate left. President Gibson, President-elect Tisdale, and immediate past President Brune de Firth. I'm in awe of everything they do and stand for, and the time and effort that they give to this board, to me personally as the executive director, to our staff, and to our profession. To juggle and take on everything that they do professionally and in their personal lives is truly remarkable. And they do it willingly and graciously and with a servant heart. Don't ever forget that, and every chance you get, tell them thank you and I thank each and every one of you. Okay, so some news from the State Bar. We were proud to host the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents over several days in October. This conference brought nearly 100 people to Austin, including presidents, president-elects, past presidents, executive directors, and other guests from the Southern Conference, which is pretty much the whole eastern half of the United States. We were able to share some great food and Texas hospitality with them while participating in learning sessions to enable all of us to be better bar leaders. President Gibson may have more to say on it during her report, but I do want to recognize and thank Jennifer Reams and Susan Brennan for their leadership in planning the conference, and to Jennifer, Susan, and Tammy Canole for providing on-site coordination. You would be proud. It was an excellent, excellent conference, and it was very well received. For the holidays that just passed us, we wanted to help families in need. The Texas Access to Justice Foundation identified 30 families that State Bar staff were able to assist with donations of Walmart gift cards totaling more than $12,000. Kudos to our staff and the foundation for these efforts, and thanks to our State Bar staff for their generosity. Our staff continues to be thought leaders in their respective professional fields. This weekend, the National Network of CLE Professionals, known as ACLEA, which is the American Continuing Legal Education Association, will host its mid-year program, and the following State Bar staff members will be presenting at that program: Hetty Bauer, Jen Perez, Lisa Perry, Sharon Sandel, and Echo Owen. In addition, Hetty Bauer is on the planning committee, and Virginia Izaguirre is leading a breakout discussion on diversity on a leadership forum the day before the main conference. This week, we continued our tradition of producing a free CLE seminar. We did that yesterday, and it was very well attended. The updates for solo practitioners and small firms seminar took place yesterday afternoon. Topics included State Bar update, employment law, family law, criminal law, and legal writing. I want to thank our speakers, President Gibson, Chair Baruch, Directors Dwight McDonald, Lawrence Morales, and Kimberly Naylor for their participation. We had about 50 people in attendance, and typical CLE program, you see people it kind of starts to disperse as it gets later in the day. By the end of the program, it's a 2.5-hour program, one person had left. And I saw many smiles, many nodding heads. It was very well received, and we're glad that we can continue to that outreach that everyone is so focused on. I think it's very important. So thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to give you an update on the Texas criminal pattern jury charges. Texas Bar Books has launched an online version of the Texas criminal pattern jury charges in October. The online version replaces the 4 print volumes of the criminal PJCs. Moving these titles to an online-only format will allow them to be updated more frequently. I know I hold my PJCs near and dear to my heart, and they're still on my bookshelf. And I haven't used them in 5 years, but I just can't bear to let them go. Judges have free access to the criminal pattern jury charges through the Texas Center for the Judiciary. So please take note of that. Next on our agenda today, we have an access to justice item that we'll be discussing a little bit later. And I want to update you on our TOJI program, or our Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator, which is the project of past President Frank Stevenson during his year as president. So I believe this information is and can be relevant to the discussion we'll have later about access to justice. So this program increases access to justice by helping attorneys build lasting businesses serving low-income and moderate-income Texans. Attorneys also provide pro bono service as part of their involvement in this program. Today, TOJI is one of the world's largest legal incubators. And with the program's support, Texas attorneys have launched over 100 legal practices spanning more than 35 practice areas. As you may have read in my October TBJ column, TOJI is now branching out beyond Texas. It's going worldwide. It's launched a new online platform, TOJI On Demand, and now materials from TOJI will be available to legal incubators and lawyers across the globe who share our commitment to closing that gap in the access to justice world. Joining this initiative, Baylor Law is the first TOJI On Demand collaborator. Baylor has turned over custodianship of its legal mapmaker materials to be included alongside the State Bar's TOJI materials. We're excited about this new way of serving entrepreneurial lawyers while improving the quality of legal services available to the public. Also, TOJI is now accepting applications for the 2023 cohort through January 29th. So if you know of anybody, tell them to hurry up and get their application in. My January column in the Bar Journal celebrated Texas's dedication to pro bono service, highlighted the pro bono tools available to our lawyer members. These tools include the State Bar's Pro Bono Opportunity Portal, which helps connect lawyers to service opportunities, and Pro Bono Texas, a one-stop shop for pro bono resources. Also, the State Bar of Texas Pro Bono Work Group, chaired by past State Bar Presidents Terry Tottenham and Roland Johnson, recently created a pro bono resource guide that contains much useful information, and it is now available at texasbar.com/pro bono guide. In addition, the State Bar is a member of the Texas Coordinating Council for Veterans Services and the administrator of the Texas Lawyers for Texas Veterans Program, or TLTV as it's known. TLTV is a collaborative effort with local bar associations, legal aid organizations, and veterans service providers to host legal advice clinics for veterans throughout the state. So please take time to familiarize yourself with these resources. Keep those in mind as we're having further discussions about agenda items later today. Texas Bar College update. I want to highlight some recent accomplishments of the Texas Bar College. As you probably know, it was chartered by the Supreme Court of Texas back in 1981 and is our bar's first and only professional society of legal scholars. It's now more than 4,800 members strong. The college recognizes lawyers who make extraordinary commitments to professional education. The college organizes service projects in conjunction with the summer school program that's held every year in Galveston. And in 2022, it partnered with communities and schools of Galveston County to bring school supplies to students in need. As part of its educational mission, the college provides scholarships to legal aid program lawyers to attend live CLE courses so these lawyers can be first in their fields to learn of vital developments and changes in their practice areas. The college has also established the endowment fund that was established back in 2005 to support educational projects that help improve the lives and practices of all Texas lawyers so that they can better serve their clients. And through this fund, the college aims to bridge the gap in Texas legal communities by providing CLE subsidy grants to local and specialty bars and pro bono organizations that have less resources available to them. In recent years, the college provided funding for the Oyez education project maintained by the State Bar Law-Related Education Department to ensure Texas students and teachers have the resources they need to fully explore the important role of the judicial system and the rule of law in our country and in our state. Most recently, The college provided funding for the creation of a children's book that will explore what it takes to become an attorney. Don't we know? Different practice areas will be explored, and characters will portray diversity in the legal profession so that all students can see themselves as a lawyer. We applaud the fine work of the college and its commitment to legal education in the state. Thank them when you get a chance. Finally, before I present the Staff Excellence Award, I want to note that we have an exciting presentation coming up for you today on the 1415 Lavaca building project. I'll leave that to your imagination for now. Past President Barunda Firth will provide a full update. I won't steal her thunder, but I do want to say that this project has the potential to benefit our members, the legal profession, the public for many years to come by serving as a base of continuing legal education and as a gathering place for Texas lawyers and our commitment to excellence in the legal profession. Our board committee and staff have been working diligently with our architect to bring the project to this point, and we look forward to your review and input. And lastly, I want to recognize Brenda Lopez with our State Bar staff. Brenda has been with the Office of the Chief Disciplinary Counsel for 19 years. She started as a legal secretary in Dallas and later became the office manager there. As a legal secretary, Brenda was the go-to person for the case management system. It's no exaggeration to say that she trained everyone in the office. When Brenda became office manager, everyone was ecstatic for her taking over that role. She had earned their respect through her work ethic, knowledge, and treatment of others. As office manager, she has filled in for legal secretaries when they were on vacation or out for an extended period of time by actually doing the work so as not to overburden the other legal secretaries. She has helped the legal assistants when needed in conducting Zoom meetings or Zoom hearings and answering questions while still managing to get all of her own work done on time. Brenda is the contact person for the board of directors regarding grievance committee appointments. Grievance committee members also reach out to Brenda for help when they have questions, and she assists them willingly in the grievance committee training each year. Through it all, Brenda treats everyone with respect. Brenda, thank you very much for your commitment to excellence and your dedication to the State Bar of Texas and the people it serves, and we congratulate you and thank you if you'll join me. And now lastly, sorry, Mr. Chair, I've had the opportunity to visit with Chief Disciplinary Counsel Shauna Willing's permission, the regional offices in Dallas and in Houston. I had San Antonio on the calendar, but we had to reschedule that, and that's coming up in probably about 30 days. But being able to visit those offices and meet new personnel there, talk to the lawyers, to the investigators, to the paralegals, to the legal secretaries, to the office managers, and to the regional CDC officers, it's really very moving. They take their job seriously. They work hard. They do it. They do it in the. They do it without any fanfare. And please know and recognize them when you get a chance, because it is that piece of what the State Bar does and what the State Bar stands for in regulating the profession that is so important. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I pledge to you that I will make that trip to San Antonio to meet with their office as well, and I look forward to that. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
Thank you, Executive Director Apfel. I was remiss in my report in not mentioning the most important thing that has occurred since our last meeting. 2 members of our board have become engaged to be married. So I want you all to join me in congratulating Directors Goss and Huddleston on their engagements. At this time, for those of you keeping score, we will move to agenda item number 9, which is the report from our president, Laura Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's been busy since we met in McAllen, all doing good work and having a great time while doing client service. So on October 13, I got to go to Midland for the Court Observation Day. Cindy Tisdale was with me for that. It's a really wonderful event that they've had for many years with a great turnout. Got to meet a lot of new people. So that was really fun. I have some photos. I think we don't overlap this time. Cindy and I try to do a better job of not having the same pictures. So as Trey mentioned, we got to host the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents in on October 27th through the 29th. You know, Texas is really blessed because we're not only a member of the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents, but we're a member of the Western Conference of Bar Presidents. And the reason that's important is that we get to know the president-elects, the presidents, the immediate past presidents, and the executive directors, not just of that year, but historically. All of those people are invited to attend these meetings, and it's a wonderful way to get to know the people who hold similar positions in other states and to share best practices. We learned so much from what others have done, and I'm proud to say that Texas is recognized as the leader in both the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents and the Western States Bar Conference in being innovative and leading our profession. So it's time well spent. We get to know people on a personal level, which always makes it easier to have them return your phone call and be a resource when we need help, and we can be a resource to them when they need help. So that's a photo of, obviously, you know, the people in this room, but Lisa Tatum is in the photo with us. You know, Trey talked about how great the solo and small firm lawyer CLE was that we hosted yesterday. That was an idea that Lisa, who was the first African-American president of our bar association, came up with, and that continues to today. So she was president of the state bar from 2013 to 2014, and here we are in 2023, still putting on those seminars. And I can't tell you the amount of positive feedback we got from the attendees who were at the conference yesterday. As Trey said, they got in their seats, they stayed in their seats, they were very attentive, and they were really appreciative. I think it's been a really long time since the State Bar of Texas has been in the Brazos County area, and I think it was not, it did not go unnoticed. So our members were very happy to have us here. Also featured in that photo is Eduardo Rodriguez, who was State Bar President from 2005 to 2006, the first Hispanic president of the State Bar of Texas. And it's a wonderful group of people, and we shared a lot of information and had a lot of fun. So that picture I'm not gonna say, the one with a bunch of people in it is the people who were in attendance at the conference, which was held at the Omni Resort, and that's Cindy and I at the Oasis on Lake Travis. I've never seen Lake Travis so low in my life. You know, we were hosting on the first day of the World Series, and so I needed, of course, to wear my Astros. That's when I found out Lowell Brown is not an Astros fan. He's not at all an Astros fan. So the first picture is with Cindy, Trey, and I with Dickie Grigg with the black turtleneck, and I'm proud to refer to Dickie Grigg as Erica Grigg's dad, not as Erica being Dickie Grigg's daughter. So let's keep that going. But he spoke about Guantanamo. It's not about them, it's about us. It was a very moving presentation. In the middle, we're with Sean Hopwood, who was talking about second chances. You may remember and may have seen Sean Hopwood on 60 Minutes talking about the fact that he had gone to prison for bank robbery. Didn't have his high school diploma, certainly didn't have any college. He may have had his high school diploma, but he didn't have any college or very little, and he certainly hadn't gone to law school. And he is now a professor, my memory is at Georgetown University, and he's written several briefs for the United States Supreme Court. And, you know, he basically said, your prisoners will be your neighbors. The people in prison today will come out and they will be your neighbors. And are we treating the prisoners who are, you know, learning from their mistakes how to be our neighbors? Or are we condemning them for a life full of crime? And so when my responsibilities as president of the State Bar are over, I intend to make prison reform something that I'm really going to give a lot of time and attention to, because I think it's something that's way too late in coming. But he was an amazing speaker, spoke without a single note, and was so inspiring. And then on the far right, my far right is Chet Garner. I think he was #1 in his graduating class from Baylor Law School. And he was an associate at Fulbright for a couple of years before going on to become the producer of The Day Tripper, which I was not familiar with, but it's a really great show. And he really regaled our audience with Texas trivia. And I lost, I came in second. Who won? Do you remember who won?
John Williams.
John Williams from Oklahoma beat me in Texas trivia, but I beat Trey, so, and I beat Cindy, so there goes that. So that was a great event, and as Trey said, I mean, Trey, I think part of the reason we had such a high attendance is because Trey, as a former president of the State Bar of Texas, his entire presidential class came to Austin. Some of them brought their own wine to Austin, which is kind of weird, but they were there in mass, and it just shows the bonds that these leaders develop with one another and how that is a huge resource to the lawyers of Texas. So you may remember game 1 of the World Series. The Astros were up 5-0. People came up and said, "You've got this, no way y'all can lose it," and then we did. People were like thinking I was going to be really depressed and wasn't going to show up the next day. I did. This is obviously our Astros having their World Series celebration. What's next? Okay, oh, and I want to say, in addition to Trey, we had Jennifer and Susan and Tammy, who were amazing and made us look good in everything we did. The people were amazed at the program we put on, the live entertainment we provided for them, the barbecue we served them. They were very complimentary, and we could not do it without our team. And I want to take a minute to recognize Jennifer Reams's father is having heart surgery this morning, which is why Jennifer is not here. So please take a moment to pray for Jennifer's father for a speedy recovery, and to shout out to Jennifer and tell her we miss her and we know that she's where she needs to be, but that we appreciate all of her support. So this is the Texas Minority Council program. I have been involved in that program for a long time. And on November 2nd through the 4th at Las Colinas, we celebrated, and Karen Chevins is over next to Tammy on that side of the room. And Karen and her team do an amazing job. The TMCP this year was unparalleled. It was its 30th year anniversary. We had more law students than ever before. We presented to law students. Many of you were in attendance. It was a great program. If you have never been to a TMCP, you really need to go. It is truly the treasure of Texas that the rest of the nation is trying to emulate. So those were some nice people I got to meet at Las Colinas. This is the new lawyer induction. No, that's more of the TMCP. So I got to make some remarks, and that my column on the importance of equity and diversity and inclusion in our profession had just come out. And I was saddened, but I had to report to the audience that I got at least 40 pieces of hate mail telling me that we didn't need diversity, they didn't understand the importance of diversity, that I was just crazy. And so it basically reinforces that we have a lot of work to be done. If there are that many people who send the emails, then there are a lot more who share their concerns, and we need to make it abundantly clear that our profession and all others benefit from differences of views and backgrounds and experiences in being a stronger profession. And it served as a battle cry to those in attendance. They went back and were going to double down because they were really disheartened to hear that news, but it was news we all need to be aware exists. This is the new lawyer induction ceremony, which was a great honor. The only thing that was really hard about that is there was no real way to differentiate who was the lawyer, law graduate and the new lawyer being inducted among the family. So next year I'd like us to have some sort of ribbon or something that allows us to see which one is the new lawyer, because you don't want to say, like, is it the guy, is it the girl, is it the grandma? But I also would be interested if any of you would be interested in coming to a lawyer induction ceremony with me, because it strikes me that we could meet lawyers at their infancy in our profession and we could get them involved from the very beginning. So, and don't get me wrong, we've got TYLA's got people there, our CLE program's got people there, we've got people there in the state bar, but it just struck me as an opportunity we were missing by not having a bunch of directors there with like I'm a director of the state bar, not like, hey, I'm a big shot, but just come talk to me about how you can get involved. And that really would be something that we could even make it a more enhanced experience for our New York lawyers. So TYLA, I had the privilege of being with Michael and Laura and everybody else in Houston for the TYLA meeting. That's a photo of us at the hotel at the Magnolia and in the room, and past presidents of TYLA, past chairs of TYLA come in and spend 2 days interviewing board members for a slate of officer candidates and their slate of president-elect candidates. So it was a hard-working group, and it was a lot of fun. I didn't get to go to the wellness part because I was busy being unwell working. But it was nice to be around such a great group of people. That's one of our new murals in Houston in Edu. We had a wonderful lunch at something called Rodeo Goat. Was that it? Rodeo Goat. What does that mean? But it was a fun time with lots of up and coming leaders. And then I don't think I have a picture of this. Oh yeah, I do. So I actually last week got to go to South Carolina. The man with me is Haygood Ty. He's the president of the South Carolina Bar Association, who we got to know through the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents and the National Conference of Bar Presidents, which he and I attended. So he were in the same presidential class, and he's a wonderful guy. And it was so wonderful. We got to hear from Adam Lipnick. Is that right? You should know this. He's a U.S. Supreme Court New York Times writer. Liptick, yeah. He does a column. He was really interesting, a good speaker. We also got to do a reception with all of their members at the museum, and then we got to have dinner with their board of governors at their governor's mansion. And so I kind of think that Texas needs to have an invitation to our governor's mansion, since I got to go to the South Carolina governor's mansion. But it was a nice way to see what other bars are doing and looking and learning from them. So I think that's the end of the pictures. Oh, no, before I forget, it's someplace else in my script, but I'll tell you now. On Wednesday, registration starts for our annual meeting. It's going to be in Austin from June 22 to 23. Think how great that is, 22, 23, that's like last year's bar year. And I leave office and Cindy takes over on June 23, so who's marking that date? But registration, as I said, will go live on Wednesday. Do not register live. Jennifer's going to take care of us, so wait, don't jump the gun. Leslie Dipple and Randy Howery are chairing that meeting for us. It's going to be a great time. We had a good turnout in Houston, given that it was the first meeting post-pandemic, but I hope that we're back in full force in Austin next year. If you or your law firm are interested in sponsoring the annual meeting, we rely heavily on sponsors, so the materials about that are in your board of facts, so take a look at that. In terms of update on my presidential initiatives, I had the chance to work with Greg Sampson at Gray Reed in Dallas. He and I had the good fortune of being co-chairs of the task force on succession planning back in, I think that was 2015, 16. 16, 17, something like that. In any event, we put on a webinar called Don't Wait, Designate, and it is available to our lawyers free of charge. We're getting lots of great feedback from that. We had one lawyer say that it was a very informative workshop on a topic that a lot of people either just don't think about or avoid. They said that we made that topic less daunting, and they thanked us for highlighting the long-term importance of designating a successor attorney. Again, not for the purpose of taking over a law practice, but for the purpose of returning the client files to the client to find another lawyer. As I said, it was a free CLE. It's the third free CLE that we have done. The first was on suicide and depression prevention, which was produced in partnership with the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program, and the second was Understanding the Attorney Grievance Program. There's a real appetite for well-being. I think a lot of it's because the TYLA and Michael Ritter is also stressing the importance of wellness to the younger lawyers in our population, and it's really catching on. We've had 20,525 members watch how we must stop minding our own business in the legal world. And you think about it, we've got about 110,000 members, and over almost 21,000 have watched that. So I feel like we've kind of hit a tipping point. We're making some progress in educating lawyers about the importance of suicide prevention. Although I'm sad to share with you that on the last business day of the year, a lawyer in Amarillo took his own life. He was a huge success in his community, both professionally and personally. He was super well liked. Everyone was shocked by his death. He left a family with 2 adult children and a second grandbaby on the way. And I just can't help but be devastated about the fact that somebody found a permanent problem to a permanent solution to a temporary problem, which doesn't need to be the case. So, it tells us that there are people in your sphere of influence that you think are doing perfectly well, who are not doing perfectly well. So don't leave it to chance. Reach out to the people that you talk to. And even if you think everything's okay in their world, it might not be. And just to give a caring and kind remark to them of encouragement. Do you think about if someone says an encouraging word, how long do you remember that? I mean, I remember some encouraging words for years. Maya Angelou said, people will never remember what you said or what you did, but they will always they will always remember how you made them feel. So please take time as we leave this meeting, when we're done today and until we meet again in April in Waco, to talk to the people, even the ones, and especially the ones that you think are doing super well, because they might not be doing as well as you think. My column in December was securing your own oxygen mask first. And I was astounded. It beat the hate mail I got the previous month. A lot of people were really happy to hear somebody modeling that it's okay to need help and to admit you need to secure your own oxygen mask first. I'm actually speaking to the Texas Women Lawyers Association, and they want the topic to be securing your own oxygen mask first. Somebody tagged me on Facebook and said something called Legal Malpractice has republished it. So I'm glad that that's getting some reading, because I think a lot of people are in need for that message. Director Fisher wanted me to address the fact that I wrote a column that I thought was the most uncontroversial topic in the world on what the responsibilities are of your president-elect and your president, and talking about how the nominations and election process worked. And it was designed to stress the importance of self-regulation and to emphasize the importance of voting, because if we sit on our rights, we will lose them. We know that as lawyers. So when we have 18% of our population voting in our election for president-elect, that shows that we don't care about self-regulation. I made a point in saying, even if you think the candidates are qualified and you don't vote because you think they are qualified, that is not a legitimate reason for not voting. And others might have misinterpreted that to say that the reason people are not voting is because they're wholly endorsing of our candidates, and that's not what I meant to say. So to the extent I created confusion about that, I apologize. I think what's important for you to tell your constituents is vote. It takes less than 2 minutes. You can do it electronically. There is no reason. And you think about it, people, we've had recent elections where people didn't vote because they thought the outcome was in a way they were in favor of. If you don't vote, you don't have any right to criticize. So importance, please vote and tell your constituents to do that. We're going to continue to spread the news about our resources, especially the Sharon Crowley Memorial Trust. I'm hoping that our donations have seen an uptick, and in April I will have that information for you so that we can see how spreading the word about that resource is translating in terms of support or not. So we've had 7,630 people watch What Every Lawyer Should Know about the attorney grievance system. And we've had 2,562 registrations for Don't Wait Designate, and that's not even been available for a month, so I'm okay. I'm hoping those numbers will continue to increase. That takes me to an action item. I want to talk about considering and approving a resolution in support of the Texas Day of Civility in the law, which would be held on April 14 of this year. The Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals are designating April 14, 2023 as the Texas Day of Civility in the law. And on our agenda, we have a resolution to join our courts in celebrating the Day of Civility and encouraging lawyers to take part in local Civility Day events. And the State Bar Professionalism Committee is very much in support of this initiative. The resolution states in part that civility is at the heart of the Texas Lawyers Creed and is the hallmark of our profession. As leaders of the State Bar, we want to urge all lawyers to act with civility, to preserve our system of justice, and to embrace the principles espoused by the Texas Lawyers Creed as they vigorously represent their clients. I move to approve the resolution in support of the Texas Day of Civility in the law on April 14, 2023.
Thank you, President Gibson. I believe we need a motion from a member of the director's body. Director Miller moves. Is there a second? Director Tobin seconds. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Is that your report, President Gibson?
That concludes my report. If you have any thoughts or ideas of what I can do to help represent our bar better, please see me afterwards. I welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments from directors? Seeing none, it's about 10:15, and so far this morning, I've received an A&M towel, celebrated an Astros World Championship, and been assured that next year's chair will be an enormous step up in quality. So it's been a banner morning for a Dallas guy so far. At this time, we will move on to agenda item number 10, our report from President-elect Cindy Tisdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and how do I follow that? I'm going to go through my general report, kind of what I've been up to. I'm not going to spend too long because there is a lot of overlap of what we've been doing, but as Laura said, I was at the court observance luncheon in Midland. It was sold out. Every chair was taken, and Laura did an excellent job speaking at that as the main speaker, and I'm trying to get better at taking selfies. My daughter tells me I have a lot of work to go. I had the honor of speaking at the Honorable Judy Warney's portrait unveiling in the 257th Judicial District Court in Harris County. She was in private practice for 25 years and became a judge in 2005 and retired in 2018. I consider Judge Warney a personal friend. We've been friends for a long time, and I had the honor of being able to speak at her portrait unveiling. Unbeknownst to her, when I was speaking, I did my own portrait unveiling because I have pictures of Judy. And so I had one blown up, and it was all good and all fun. But I don't know if you know the Texas Academy of Family Law Specialists, we do a trial institute, and we dress up like the characters. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. And the last time I get to do that to a judge. I also attended, of course, the SBCP. I'm not going to go through that. They both did, but I just want to mirror what they said. Excellent programming, excellent feedback from everyone, and thank you to Jennifer, Tammy, and Susan for the excellent seminar. I also got to speak at the Baylor Law School to their advanced family law class. The good thing about that is my son was in that class. Oh yes, I called on him. Mr. Tisdale, can you please stand up and tell me? So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had the honor of speaking at the Advanced Trial Skills course. I spoke at the Advanced Family Law course last August, and I did the professionalism speech. Is always on the first day, and it was on what would Ted Lasso do. I think you remember at the last meeting I talked about that. Well, everybody liked it so much they said, we'll do that again at this one. Well, about half the attendees had been to Advanced Family Law, so then I just came up with an entirely new speech, new PowerPoint, it didn't save me time, but that was, I think there were 133 in attendance and there were 84 that watched the replay. So I got to do the Ted Lasso. And of course, Michelle Townsend and Candy Botello, they do the CLE for family law, and we in the family law world just absolutely love them. I also got to present, guess what? What would Ted Lasso do? In a webinar with Judge Livingston, and so we presented that in a webinar that was very well received. I attended the new lawyer induction ceremony, of course, with Laura, and I believe there were 2,051 new attorneys that passed that bar exam. I was very impressed with how many attended the ceremony, and it was very well attended, and it was a good time for all. I spoke to the Hidalgo County Bar Association on, guess what? Ted Lasso. What would Ted Lasso do? Oh, so I went too far. And so I spoke, it was standing room only. Director Cantu was there. It was very well attended. I was very happy to see so many people there. You know, sometimes when we come in as speakers, they're like, oh, she's speaking on ethics. How boring is that? So, but it was very well attended and I had a lot of fun. So I did that just a couple of weeks ago. And of course, I attended Judge McClure's investiture back there. It was very well attended, a great ceremony. And I loved hearing all the stories from his wife. I will be tucking those back into the back of my brain to use one day. And then last but not least, I attended the joint ends of court up in Dallas. There were 11 ends of court that had a joint meeting, and there were almost 500 lawyers in attendance. It was amazing. And I know I'm looking around here, some of you were at that meeting too, but I had the pleasure of being asked to go there. So that's kind of what I've been up to. So let's get into the meat of my presentation, and let's talk about the committee review task force. We had our first meeting on December the 12th. We reviewed materials related to each standing committee of the bar, and we developed at that meeting our process for how we're going to conduct our review over the next year. Each task force member was assigned specific committees to review. We'll be contacting those chairs of each standing committee to look at the projects they've been working on, whether there's any overlap with any other committees or sections, and whether they have suggestions on how to improve their committee structures. One thing our task force is going to look at closely is whether to institute term limits for committee chairs and vice chairs. Many of them have served for multiple years in these positions, and honestly, they tend not to rotate too much. The good thing, of course, about that is you have people that are very knowledgeable and have that institutional memory about their committees, and the continuity is maintained. Of course, doing that, it doesn't allow for a consistent change of leadership, though, also in those committees. We're going to visit with the committee chairs to get their input. We think there might be a little bit of pushback on that. We don't know, but there may be. But we want to take a close look at it to determine whether those changes should be made and whether that is necessary for those committees. If you have any thoughts or insight on that, please give me a call, reach out to me. I would love to hear from the directors on what they think about term limits for those standing committees for the chairs and vice chairs. A positive thing, of course, we've noticed about the committees is they're continuing to use Zoom for their meetings or a hybrid for their meetings, and that's saving the state bar money, of course, on their travel expenses and their meeting expenses. So we're thankful to them for working so hard to do that. Our goal is to complete our final report by the April board meeting, and we'll outline our recommendations to the executive committee and to this board at that time. So that is my report on the committee review. Mr. Chair, I would like to just move on into the budget committee.
We should ask, any comments from directors about the committee review task force? Okay, thank you.
And again, I do suggest and hope all of you, if not most of you, will call me and talk to me about your thoughts on that. So let's get into the budget. Deep breath. Here we go. The State Bar's proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24 is included in your board packet. If approved by the board today, this proposed budget will be published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. In December, The Budget Committee reviewed the proposed budget and unanimously voted to approve the budget for presentation to you today. The Budget Committee reviewed a comprehensive budget package containing more than 270 pages of detailed budget information. The budget process for this year continued the good work that was put in place by the prior year's Budget Committee during the review of the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Last year, as you'll recall, under their leadership of President Firth, the State Bar's budget was examined in detail and for compliance with the limitations set by the McDonald opinion. This year's Budget Committee continued that work by reviewing detailed program and activity descriptions of the major budgets of the State Bar and historical figures and trends. After hearing from representatives from the State Bar divisions and departments, the committee approved the fiscal year 23-24 budget as presented. The committee, we had some great discussion, and they should be commended for their work and their attention and leadership to the State Bar of Texas on this committee. It's not easy to spend all day and listening to numbers and budget, and so I want to commend the committee for that. I'm excited to present to you today the proposed budget that honestly I believe is overall fiscally responsible and conservative and furthers the mission and purposes of our State Bar. This budget will set aside funds to assure that future budget committees will have the resources needed to carry on the great services of the State Bar of Texas. A 5-page copy of the proposed budget is included in your board packet, and an excerpt of the budget, of course, is on this slide for your reference. The document 2324 proposed general fund budget dues allocation, that's page 4 and 5 in your packet. It presents the expenditures that are paid for by bar dues. Now this allocation dues, this allocates dues to expenditure categories in total and by the amount of individual dues payment. A member can use this document to see exactly how much of their dues payment is considered to be part of the official budget and what goes to each category. So you have the total amount that they've paid and how much of that total amount goes to each category, and it's broken down on this slide. And again, it's on page 4 and 5 of your packet. The proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 23-24 includes revenues and receipts from reserves of $48,557,973 and has an equal amount of expenditures, transfers, and proposed board commitments. Receipts from reserves include excess funds from the prior year's audited financial operations. The budget presented for adoption is a balanced budget. This slide presents the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget compared to the current adopted budget. Now, the proposed budget shows a total of $48.6 million for both revenues and expenditures. The column for fiscal year 22-23's total budget is about $49.5 million. You will notice that both revenues and expenditures have decreased by 2% or approximately $1 million. The primary reason for this decrease in the budget is due to a decrease in the receipts from reserves and board committed expenditures, as you can see on this slide. We will go into detail on the board committed expenditures later in my presentation, but when comparing the proposed operating budget of the State Bar to the last adopted budget, the operating revenues are budgeted to increase by approximately $1,244,884, or 3%. The increase in revenues is primarily from projected increases in dues, MCLE, Texas Bar CLE, and insurance member benefits income. When comparing the proposed operating budget of the State Bar to the last adopted budget, the operating expenditures are budgeted to increase by approximately $1,851,432, or 4%. The expenditures have increased primarily due to, honestly, inflation, product shortages, high job market demand, and the rising cost of goods and services. I don't know if you know, but paper has gone through the roof. So as one example. Salaries expenditures is the largest category of expense on the budget. This chart presents the budgeted salaries compared to the total budgeted expenditures of the bar. Over the past 10 years, this trend has remained stable at around 41 to 42% of the total budgeted expenditures and transfers. Total proposed budgeted salaries is 5.8% higher compared with the current adopted budget. This increase is slightly higher than historical trends due to the addition of a 1% salary contingency of $187,693 in budgeted salaries. These contingency funds are needed to respond to potential recommendations of an independent compensation review that HR is planning for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. 3 annual transfers are included in the general fund budget. Section 3.08 of the board policy manual requires the first 2 annual transfers, a $412,118 annual transfer to the building fund. This is used to replace capital equipment and renovations of physical properties. A $500,000 transfer to the client security fund. This transfer is $200,000 above the required annual transfer required by the board policy manual, and a $500,000 transfer to the technology fund. Section 3.02.06 of the board policy manual specifies 4 different areas to consider for maintaining adequate reserves. These include operating expenditure reserves, litigation expenditure reserves, capital asset replacement reserves, and funding for new programs. Funding for reserves was considered by the Audit and Finance Committee and the Budget Committee. The proposed budget includes those committees' recommendations. One of the Budget Committee's duties each year is to make recommendation to the board regarding the commitment of any increase in the fund balance resulting from the previous year's financial activities. The audit for fiscal year 21-22 has been completed, and the total amount available for commitment by the State Bar Board is $7,013,466. That's for the fiscal year 23-24 budget. The amount comes from excess funds for fiscal year 21-22 financial operations. You still with me? Okay, good. The Budget Committee is recommending the following board commitments. A summary of these commitments is also included in your materials in a document entitled Minimum Reserves and Commitment of Increase to Fund Balance. So on this slide, here's our recommendations. The first item is to designate $609,299 to maintain the level of minimum reserves at 3.1 months of operating expenditures, bringing the total amount held in reserves to $11,917,606. To designate $1,548,340 to fund operations of the State Bar for fiscal year 23-24. Budgeted revenues increased by 2.8%, or $244,884 from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. However, expenditures and transfers for that same time rose by 4%, or $1,851,432 from fiscal year 23 to 24. This funding from unspent savings will allow operations and programs to continue at the current service levels. For fiscal year 23, the budget contains $941,792 in unspent savings, also called assigned fund balance, to provide for a balanced budget. As of November the 30th, 2022, these funds have not been used and can be reassigned if unspent at the year of fiscal year 2023. Similarly, the $1,548,340 in assigned fund balance for fiscal year 24's budget can be reassigned if unused and unspent at the end of fiscal year 24. We also are looking to designate $2,850,000 to reserves to assist in balancing the fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26 budgets of the State Bar. This reserve will hold back a portion of the excess, which will be assigned during a future budget process. As expenditures continue to increase, as we've seen here lately, With the rising cost of goods and services, it's anticipated that the revenue growth of the state bar will not keep pace with those expenditures. This reserve will provide a cushion that can be used for future fiscal years and cover operating expenses of the bar for those years. We're also requesting to commit $500,000 to the state bar's technology fund. This commitment will fully fund a website update for the state bar's texasbar.com. Additionally, the funds will cover future anticipated cost to replace IT equipment and software, and will allow the technology fund to project a positive fund balance over the next 5 years. We're also requesting to commit $1 million for the building fund. These funds are needed for the anticipated renovation and repair of the 1415 Lavaca building and to supplement repairs and renovations needed at the Law Center. We're also requesting to commit $250,000 to the Sharon Crowley Lawyer Wellness Trust. The Patrick D. Sharon and Michael J. Crowley Lawyer Wellness Trust provides financial help, of course, as we all know, to Texas attorneys, judges, and law students who need help, financial help for treatment of substance abuse, depression, and other mental health issues. Also, there's a commitment for $255,827, which is for one-time projects of the bar. And those are as follows: to commit $9,827 to raise the balance maintained as a reserve for future presidential initiatives to a level of $200,000. The balance in the presidential initiatives account is not reflective of money to be spent in any given year, but is maintained to ensure that money is set aside and available for future initiatives and to maintain prior presidential initiatives. To commit $16,000 in professional services is requested for a one-time project to update the Pro Bono Texas website. This is currently in a programming language that's not going to be supported beginning in November. So it's kind of, we have to do this. And the Pro Bono Texas website connects lawyers, of course, with clients seeking assistance. We're also requesting to commit $30,000 for a one-time project to implement enhancements to the accounting software, Microsoft Dynamics GP. The project will include a review of the current processing in accounts payable, data entry, reconciliation, and reporting, and provide enhancements to processes and strengthening those efficiencies in work product. This will also commit $200,000 for a comprehensive compensation study. Now, in response to the current job market, we all know how the job market is right now, right? And economic conditions, Human Resources Department Director is requesting a compensation study to review the current positions within the state bar, including the job classifications and pay scales, to determine if the current compensation package is competitive with the current market there in Austin. So the Budget Committee at this time moves that the state bar's proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget and dues allocation be approved for publication in the March 23 issue of the Texas Bar Journal.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Chair recognizes Director Fisher.
Cindy, you keep pointing out that there's increases in this and this is a couple of percent more. If my recollection is wrong, the budget even a few years ago used to be over 50 million. Is that right, Trey?
Could have been.
Yeah, I think we're really doing pretty well at that. And I remember California had a deficit budget, and our from one or two of the COVID years, and we never had to do that. And I like the fact that our fund is up. And if you notice, my favorite department, CLE, even during COVID and stuff, they're starting to increase the last couple of years. So I like that. I'm not sure about that 200,000 for that study, but I'll let it go. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Fisher. Any other comments from directors? Seeing none, the motion is to approve the budget for publication in the Texas Bar Journal. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Just a moment of thanks. The budget meeting is a day-long meeting that actually generally lasts longer than this quarterly board meeting. It includes reports from all of the department heads at the state bar. So to those of you who served on that committee, we very much appreciate your work on that. Moving on now to agenda item 11, our report from our immediate past president, Sylvia Barunda-Firth.
Thank you, Chairman Baruch. Good morning, everyone. I feel like I ought to say, everybody stand up and shake it off a little bit. But feel free to do it if you want to. We're busy. This is the hard work that we do here. I am fortunate to have the position of immediate past, and so I'm not nearly as busy as the ladies to my left. But I do have some duties that involve the Nominations and Elections Committee. What you'll be happy to know that my co-chair, Santos Vargas, is going to do the report from that, so you won't have to listen to me too much today. But since we were in McAllen, two major things that I worked on. I worked with the Hispanic Issues section and the Access to Justice Foundation to do our third annual Loteria event, and I think everybody knows we raised over $46,000 in one night. And thank you to those of you in the room and others that supported that event. The great news about that is it all goes directly to serving Texas citizens who are very much in need of legal services. And this year, the money raised from Loteria was designated for Uvalde and the new legal aid office that was opened there to assist in the aftermath of the mass shooting. And coming from El Paso, I can tell you that that is a continuing event, and communities continue to need legal support even beyond the immediate event. So thank you to everyone who did that. And then I'm going to announce once again that the Women in the Law section is working very hard to have the first of its kind statewide event on March the 8th, which is International Women's Day. And so 13 cities have already committed to host an event. It'll almost be simultaneous. El Paso is going to be the outlier because we're in a different time zone. But if anybody has any interest in the event or interested in helping us sponsor the event, see Director Cantu. She's chairing the program and is doing a great job. So be on the lookout for more news about that in the coming days. But the biggest project that I'm working on and that I'm very, very excited about is the building, the 1415 Lavaca building. And for the newer board members and members of the public who maybe need to be reminded, this is a project that started in President McDougal's administration when the building next door to the Law Center became available to us. And we were in a position to take advantage of an outstanding opportunity that really is a once-in-a-generation kind of opportunity. So as Trey said, we have the potential right now to be able to make some decisions and take some bold actions that are going to benefit lawyers and the public for years to come. I'm really proud of the committee. When we put the committee together, we were very careful to draw from to cast a wide net. And one great thing about the committee, it often happens when I'm doing bar work, and I'm sure you all have had that same experience. We're sitting at the table or nowadays looking at your screen, your fellow committee members, and you look and you think, that's an amazing group of people that we were able to assemble to take this on. And what great talent we have amongst our group and people that are willing to give of their time. So the building committee has not only bar leadership in the group, but we've got a lawyer architect. We have people who have been involved in major capital fundraising campaigns and bring that experience to the table. We have people from the financial sector who can help us. We have people who have experience working in public works projects and building major projects. So this is a great committee, and the committee has been working hard, and I anticipate, I guess nobody has claimed the hardest working committee this morning, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to claim it. And I think that for the foreseeable future, this is going to be one of your hardest working committees. But I really do want to thank, and I'm not going to name them by name because I know I'll leave people out, but if you all are interested and you want more details about this, I encourage you to reach out to me, the staff, or any of the members of the building committee, and we'll give you more details. but let's go ahead and get started. I get to have pictures today too, so we have some exciting developments to report to you. We've been working throughout the fall to continue the development of 1450 Lavaca. And this report is pretty comprehensive. When I come with a bottle of water, you can know I'm going to talk for a while. But I have help. So we have Luma Jafar, who is our from the Lawrence Group, the architecture group. Some of y'all met her last night at dinner, and she's here to answer any real specific questions about design or the project in general. And Ray Cantu is the staff member who's spearheading the project. So they may have to jump in and help me answer questions when you have them. So we've been meeting with Luma and her team to develop the programming in the space that's needed in the Lavaca building. And they've put together draft renderings of the proposed building and the floor plan to show specific plans for the space. We're going to show you the design shortly, but again, give you a little bit more background information about the project. The Lawrence Group provided us with several design concepts that include multiple stories and pricing estimates for the construction. And the committee decided on the particular design that we're going to be showing you today. I want to tell you that the vision for the building has had several priorities. The number one priority being find a way to utilize the space in the best way that serves the membership of the bar, the lawyers across the state of Texas. That's a lofty goal, but I think when we go through what we've done, you're going to see that we have addressed that priority. We need to keep the historical elements and significance of the main building. We need to be consistent with the capital improvements underway at the Capitol complex. If you've not been to Austin lately, there's a lot of work going around the Capitol. Really great amenities that are going to be available there. To develop a meeting and education conference center and focus on large CLE space and space to conduct board meetings and receptions. Develop a space that can be used by sections and committees and bar-affiliated organizations. And we want to design space where the lawyers can use small conference rooms and offices, and design a campus feel with the existing law center. And then put in a nice outdoor area with a view towards the Capitol. We think we've accomplished all of those priorities with the designs that we're going to show you today. So when we talk about, I said that lofty goal of how do we benefit the lawyers all across the state when we do take on a project like this? Well, one of the first ways is going to be the benefits of the cost savings that will come from having this space available. I think many of you have worked as sections and maybe even been on your councils for your sections, and you've been looking for a space where you can gather a group. And if you're coming to Austin, that can be a very expensive proposition. So we would submit to you that having this space available is going to serve those sections greatly, that this will be a highly utilized space. So one of the benefits is going to be our ability to control the costs and control and reduce the costs of the meetings. As Mr. Fisher pointed out, CLE still continues to be one of our major sources of revenue. If the revenue is not being eaten up by the paying high rent, or I guess anecdotally we're told that it's $90 to buy a gallon of coffee at a hotel. And if we have a catering kitchen in our own facility, then that will be some small way we can have some savings. But our staff has put together savings and revenue estimates for conducting meetings and CLEs in the building as opposed to using offsite venues and hotels. The main cost savings will be hotel costs and staff travel. Hotel expenses, as we all know in Austin, are very high. And I've talked about the gallon of coffee, but we also, just things to set up your audiovisual. A meeting setup like this is extremely expensive to set up. If we're using our own facility, we can eliminate the majority of those costs on a long-term basis. And the building will provide an infrastructure where we can conduct those meetings and events. And we can then identify catering companies and have them brought in. Just think about all the different ways that we can save money. So the common costs at the hotels are room rentals, food and beverage minimums, meeting expenses, staff travel, AV rental, internet fees, and attrition rates for the attendees that don't show up. And we get stuck with paying for the people that didn't show up for those meetings. And we can reduce or eliminate some of those expenses if we own our own building. So the Texas Bar CLE staff has developed an initial estimate that they see as potential savings for of approximately $300,000 to $400,000 a year by bringing the courses in-house and doing them in a building that we own. This is a really conservative estimate, and it could be higher than that as we look to bring more and more of the courses into the Lavaca building. So the Lavaca building is, we're picturing as an education center, a gathering place where lawyers can come and continue their education. We also believe that the building has a high potential to generate revenue. You're going to see a little bit later, we have some great use spaces, but we also feel that there are other people that may want to use our meeting space, and we can also do live webcasts from the building, and then we will have equipment on site in order to do that. Conducting board meetings in the new building would also allow us to save hotel costs and staff travel. So the conservative estimate of that saving is $15,000 to $20,000 of a meeting. And I talked a little bit already about making it available for section meetings. They'll be able to move their meetings and events to the Lavaca building without paying exorbitant rates at hotels, local hotels. This will be a great benefit to all sections. It's all sections across the board. We continue to see hotel costs skyrocketing, and we don't see it reversing. We think it's going to continue to go. On the revenue side, the State Bar will look for opportunities to rent meeting space in the building when not being used by lawyers, particularly for activities related to the bar and the legal profession. We believe the spaces in the building, particularly the board meeting room and the reception area, will be highly sought after by numerous groups in Austin, particularly during the legislative session. If you've ever planned a visit to Austin with a group during the legislative session, it's almost impossible unless you do a lot of advanced planning to just find a space. And when you find a space, it's very, very expensive. So we think the minute we put this building together, there's going to be people knocking on our door to use it. We know that the Austin Bar Association rents the Hilgers House for functions, and they've developed a process about how that's done, and we can learn from their example. This gives us a way forward. So I'm going to go on to specifics regarding the Lavaca building that have proven to be a little bit of a challenge, but we have, with this design, the Lawrence Group has been able to help us to overcome some of those challenges. So the first one was lack of space. If you think about what is there, picture in your mind's eye what's there, the existing structure, okay? If we just dealing with the existing structure, it doesn't have a lot of available space. And that's compounded by the fact that building codes would require us to have multiple restrooms and stairwells and elevators for any multiple story structure. Those things take significant amounts of space, and they don't give us space to work in. They're necessary, but they don't give us as much space as we like. And because of that, the Lawrence Group had to be creative and incorporated a cantilever design that we're going to show you. See, I'm keep previewing what we're going to show you about how we were able to get a little bit more space into the area. Then we have the challenge of historic preservation. Has historic designation. It was built in the early 1880s, and it was designated a historical landmark by the Austin Historic Commission. And there are several walls and structures which we could not change and need to be incorporated into the redesign. And you'll see that the architects have kept those historic elements in the building and blended it into a brand new structure in the space we can build on. We've tried to optimize as much as we could the amount of space we have with the limitations. And since it's a historic landmark, we are going to seek the approval of the Austin Historic Landmark Commission for the design of the project. It'll be submitted to the commission, and there will be public hearings. And there may be some adjustments when the commissioners get to look at it. But we'll commence, hopefully you all will agree and approve the initial design at the end of this presentation. And Luma and her team will begin that process pretty soon, right after this. It's important. We're now the stewards of something that is considered to be historic and a value in the Austin area. I know that parking is going to be something that everyone worries about. And I'd like to talk about that because it came up during our executive committee meeting. So we've been in the building committee, now we've been to the executive committee, and then y'all are going to get yet another review. But we'd like to point out, I mean, we're going to own the fact that there's currently no designated parking lot for the Law Center for our visitors now, and the new building won't have one either. Our current underground parking facility is designated for staff, and there's not enough space there to offer parking for all the groups that will be meeting within the new Lavaca building. But for board meetings and similar bar functions, we'll consider allowing board members to park in the underground garage. And we think we can create enough space by allowing staff to work remotely on those days. So they would need to come downtown. I'm sure they'd appreciate that opportunity as well. There are publicly available parking spaces in the area that we currently direct people to use when they come to do business at the Law Center. There's one in the Moody Bank, and I'm sure you all know them, other areas that are walking distance, and there's some paid meters in front of the Law Center that we can reserve for members. And there is plenty of parking, walking distance, you just need to be able to walk. And the new Capitol complex that is being built may also offer additional options for visitor parking, and we're looking into that option as well. So as I mentioned, we have meetings at the Law Center right now with no on-site parking available for our visitors. And many guests, everyone's adjusted. So many guests use rideshare options and come from other parts of town, and it's worked well so far, even when they're coming for CLE, et cetera. So we just anticipate people will adjust to that. So I'd like to now show you the design and the renderings of the building. So I see that we have one. As I said, the Building Planning Committee looked at several options and designed, and this is the one they voted to approve. So I'm going to go through and cover the highlights. The building is a 3-story structure that has a large conference room with a mezzanine on the first floor, smaller conference rooms and offices on the second floor, and the third floor consists of meeting space and an outdoor reception area. The Lawrence Group used a number of different consultants to come up with the design, and they did extensive review to make sure that every aspect of the design has been covered. So just to name a few, when they're doing their work, they had to consider ADA compliance to make sure we will meet all of the requirements for that, civil, structural, mechanical, and electrical engineers, plumbing, fire protection and safety, and of course the historic restoration. So this is the first slide, and it shows the first floor of the structure, and I hope you can see it. The entrance to the main entrance to the building is on the east side that faces the Law Center. That's to do that, the campus field, to join the two buildings facing the entrance there. But there's another one on the west side of the building and other exit doors. And the main entrance faces the northern portion of our surface parking lot. The reception area is the purple space in the drawing. And there's a large open space that's there in blue that will function as shared workspace with couches, tables, chairs. And this is a place that we envision that will provide lawyers with a nice place to work when they gather. How many of you have had to fly into Austin for a hearing or something that's not until the afternoon, but you got there early in the morning and you have no place to go and hang out, that you want a quiet place so you can open up your laptop and maybe do some work? This is the kind of space that we're envisioning that lawyers would have access to. There's a break room in there, a kitchenette, that's the area in beige, that will serve as a place for us to have caterers set up when there's events. We didn't ask for a design of a full kitchen just because of the kind of approval that would be required and the expense that would come with that. We don't really envision anybody cooking on site, but just having a place where the caterers can set up for food. The orange room is a pre-function room, and that's like out in the hallway where the staff would set up for registration and administration of events and meetings. And there's also enough space there for vendors to be able to set up for events. The area in green is the main education room, and it's designed mainly for lecture-style events that can be used for meetings if needed. You can see the picture of the seating on the screen already, on the green area. It's a lecture-style seating that we liked because it gave us more seats to be able to put in there. And if we went with theater-style seating, we could possibly get more people in, but it would be less comfortable for the people that we're using. It would be very cramped. And in a little while, you'll get a better view of what that looks like. The tables that are in there are meant to be fixed seating, meaning the tables cannot be moved or arranged once they're installed. Picture the lecture hall like in the law school. That's what it looks like. There's a mezzanine that allows us to provide additional seating for more people to come to an event. It's also the same type of seating that's shown on the picture or the screen. The bottom part of the room can seat up to 102, and the mezzanine can seat another 66 for a total capacity of 168, which is allow us to host a large portion of our CLE events, and not including the large advanced seminars. Those would still need to go elsewhere. They're not going to fit. A large family law event is not going to be able to fit into here. The first floor has a 26 feet of ceiling space to incorporate the mezzanine, and there's some additional storage built in there, and there's an elevator bank. Second slide. So this slide, they're going to get a little more exciting in a little bit. So I promise. The second slide is the second floor, and it has two options that each contain conference rooms and work rooms. And we can turn those work rooms into office space if it's necessary. And the meeting room option has one extra conference room and the workroom option. So we're going to need this still needs a little bit more work on what we decide we actually need, but this floor also contains a kitchenette that caterers can use for meetings on that floor, and can also be used to take food up to the third floor for the meeting space. And there's a large pre-function space as well. So the second and the third floor, you can kind of see by the way the drawings are offset, is where the cantilever is added. And you can see the rectangular shape on the right where it's located. That space is going to hang over what's the current surface lot, and that's what's going to give us an additional space. Okay, so this is the third floor. This will be the board meeting room, and where we can conduct board meetings and other official events. It has an outdoor reception area, and included in the design is it's set up so you'd have a beautiful view of the Capitol. The wall facing the Capitol would be made of glass, and that could be opened up so that you would have mobility between the room and the patio area, if you will. The space, we can also adjust the seating there. It's not fixed space, so you can do all kinds of setups. You can have square round tables, you can set up like we're in here. You can have a reception with just stand-up tables, and it's estimated that the entire space, if set up properly, could host up to 420 people. So that's a space that we could see a lot of people being very excited about and wanting access to. Okay, so now we're going to look at the actual renderings of the building. So let's do this. This is what it would look like. This slide shows a view from the west side, which is the Lavaca Street side. And so you'll notice there's a stairwell that's encased in glass. That's just a great style for the building. And I will tell you, there was a lot of discussion in the committee about that, and even the form of what the glass would look like, and et cetera. There's also a glass entryway on the Lavaca side, and that space will be the pre-function space that we talked about. So when people enter the building, if they're coming in to attend a seminar, et cetera, that's one way they could get in, and we would be set up to receive them there. So you can see in this, what's really interesting, if you ever worked on a project, a historic project, that the number one thing, and Luma she's the expert, she'll tell you that, but you don't try to copy what's historic. You try to complement it and have them blend together. So you oftentimes think about when you've traveled and you've seen these kinds of things, there's a blending of the historic with the new. And so this is being done in large part by the glass features. So it's a nice transition from the historic building on the left to the new building. Okay, this is from the other side. This is from the southwest corner of the building, which also faces Lavaca Street. And you can see how the first floor is bigger than the other two floors, and that's because that floor will have the mezzanine in there. Okay. This is a view from the east side of the building, and there you can see the cantilever, which will go over the surface parking lot. In the left-hand corner of the building, you can see where the reception area is. You can start seeing it up there in the top left corner. And there's a canopy over that space that would provide protection from the elements, sun, and when you're out there. Okay. This view is from the east side of the building, and again, oh no, I'm sorry. This you can, this is slide 6. This view is from the east side of the building. It shows the cantilever over the surface parking lot. You can see the middle of the building. There are walls that will house our existing air vent handlers. I'm sorry, this actually is this one. Yeah. You can see the air vent handlers that are there. Think about it when you drive into the building, you see them. They go all the way through the garage, so we can't remove them. That would be cost prohibitive to do. To the right of the vents is the main entrance to the building. And we'll likely lose one parking space that exists right there in order to make a room for that entrance. Okay, now this side. This is from the north side of the building, and this shows the historical side of the building and how it transitions on 15th Street. And if you'll notice in that little archway, they placed a picture of the building taken in the 1880s in one of the outside panels. This is a nice proposed feature. So you can, it's a nod to the historic. And then you can see the existing law center is there on the left. Okay, this is from the south side. You know, if you're from where the chili parlor is, to orient you all. And so on the left is the structure that houses the second staircase. And at the top of the picture is the different angle of the reception area that overlooks the Capitol. And again, you can see the cantilevering. And this slide shows, it's a very preliminary proposed schedule for the project, and it shows all the steps that are needed as we move forward. Of course, this is subject to being adjusted, but it contemplates beginning construction in July of 2024 and concluding in April of 2025. It also includes time sufficient to get the approval we will need from the Historic Commission in Austin, and because that'll add a little bit of time to the project. And the steps include things like the schematic design, the construction document development, and getting the site development permit. But overall, this schedule depends on a number of factors, and this is just a preliminary glance of how it might progress. So this is, of course, subject to change. So, anybody have any? Yeah, you have. David, do you have a question? No, no. Okay. Anybody? Okay. So we've seen it, we like it, we want it, so we get to how much does this cost? So this slide will show you the cost of the construction for the project. The Lawrence Group worked with a construction cost estimator to develop a detailed estimate of the potential cost of the project. And the items shown on the screen is a summary breakdown of the major project cost categories. There's a much more detailed report on the costs available if you'd like to see it. But for our discussion purposes today, we use this summary document. So as you can see at the bottom, the total cost for construction of the building is $14,246,387. And I'll explain a little bit of what's included in that. So $9.2 million covers the actual cost of the construction, supplies, equipment, furnishings, electronics, plumbing, HVAC, et cetera, everything that would go into things that are in the building. But also included, where we get to the 14 million, is general conditions of 15% of the project cost, or 1.3 million. That's a contingency amount that's added to cover additional expenses for supplies or other expenses that might arise. It's standard practice to set aside a 15% of your project cost for contingencies. You might not use it all, you might use it all, but that's just in there for planning purposes. It's reasonable planning. Then we have $1 million that's set aside for something called OH&P, and that's overhead and profit. That's the fee that's paid to the general contractor for the construction services. It's estimated to be, it can go as high as 10% of the project, but typically the expense is between 6% and 10%. And when we submit the request for proposals from contractors, it's the bidding process. We'll then decide which one of those contractors will give us the best value of the bar. It's very possible we could get someone that would charge us a lower percentage fee, but for purposes of budgeting and presentation, we use the 10% amount. There's a design contingency is listed another 15% for a total of 1.7 million. And this accounts for any changes in design that we might make during construction. And those can be small scale designs of things that would differ from the original. This is an expense that's totally in our control. So when we go in and just finally approve a design to begin construction, the goal is to not have these kinds of changes. So, but things may happen and you may decide that something suits better. So when you're putting a project budget together, you include an amount for that, but not necessarily to be spent. The final item that's listed is an escalation up to 2015. So we all know the rising cost of construction, of goods in general and construction. So the Lawrence Group has built in an amount that they believe is reasonable to cover that additional expense of $806,000. This is, again, just a contingency amount, and it will depend largely on market prices, and it could be less than the amount that we've set aside. So if we're looking at this project in another way, the true total estimate of the cost of construction is $10.3 million. But included on top of that are all the contingency amounts that we just discussed, which takes us up to the $4.2 million. As I mentioned, the Lawrence Group has worked with consultants to develop the estimate. And I think you all may remember that we have made a recommendation to use the construction manager at risk delivery method. So once we get the construction manager on the project, they will help us to actually firm up the cost estimate and give us feedback on the project. And then we will agree on what we would call the guaranteed maximum price, which is why we're using construction manager at risk. And so we'll have a completed estimate of from the construction manager. So this is, again, preliminary and subject to some change. There's ways to look for value in all of these cost estimates. We know that there may be some ways to bring down the cost of office furniture, and an RFP for the companies to build the furniture, to bid on the furniture. So when Lawrence Group has estimated, they've estimated conservatively, so they give us enough room. So this estimate is simply a starting point to give us an idea of the overall costs and to look at ways that we can move on. But we'll continue to look for ways to minimize that cost as we go on. So now we know we like the building, now we know what we think it's going to cost. So the big question is, where's the money going to come from? So we're talking about fundraising, guys. There will be other costs that are common with these projects, and we're just going to describe them because 14.2 is, we're still not done yet. But we're going to put together, we already have a subcommittee of people who've been involved with capital fundraising campaigns in the past, who are going to help us to design a campaign. And we're going to be looking to lawyers and law firms, corporations that do business with us, legal entities to make voluntary contributions to the building. And I really want to emphasize that it's voluntary contributions to the project. We'll be asking for donations to pay for the cost of the building. And understand that we understand as we go on, talk about this, I can see some of your faces reacting to that, that we may have differences of opinion about the building and how much it costs. But that's why we're making it totally voluntary. If you're into the project, if you think you can see the vision and can see the future and the benefits to the bar, we're going to be asking people to help us to build this structure. So in that light, the subcommittee is in the process of coming up with a fundraising plan that will give the bar the structure of how we will proceed to fundraise. This will include development of fundraising policies, and programs that we will submit to the board. You all will see this in April. We think it's prudent that we adopt policies before we begin the fundraising for total transparency for the project and to set the expectations for the donors. We'll also develop recognition programs for the donors and find ways to thank those who donate. So if the board approves that plan in April, we expect to begin our fundraising shortly thereafter. We will look at starting the soft launch of fundraising, followed by opening it up to the public launch sometime later. That's the way major capital campaigns are done. They're done in stages. But while we're working on that, our legal team is exploring our options regarding tax-deductible fundraising. We're working with respected tax attorney and former IRS counsel Dan Baucom, who is the chair of the tax law section. He's expected to have a determination on the required path in the next couple of months. So before we take any money from anybody, we need to make sure we've got all of that squared away. We know that the estimated cost is significant, but we really do believe it's a realistic goal that we can achieve. We make note that the Austin Bar and the Dallas Bar have undergone successful fundraising campaigns in the past. If they're doing that, just focusing on cities, certainly a statewide campaign can match that. And it's kind of interesting because we've already begun to get asked questions or being challenged on, well, what if we can't? And with Chair Baruch, we often get like sports analogies. Yeah, so I'm gonna attempt one. I'm not gonna be as good as you are, but I once, my very first outing to try to do a half marathon, my coach and I were talking about how ready I was, and I kept talking about where the aid stations were and what would happen when I got tired. And yeah, they'll pick me up. They're going to sweep and they're going to pick up the people that bail out. And he looked at me and he said, "Why are you planning to fail?" He said, "Well, I don't understand this." He said, "You don't ever undertake a major endeavor planning to fail." So I really challenge, and he'd say that. So you just think about the positive. If those things happen, you'll deal with them, but don't put that in your head to begin with. So for us to stand here right now, I'd like to tell you, I think we start with the premise, we can do this, and we'll deal with what happens if it doesn't work. We'll make the adjustments, but we don't need to really come up with plan B and plan C. Let's just be bold. We've heard the quote often, fortune favors the bold. So this is a bold move for us to make, and it's huge, and it's going to be our legacy as board members if we're able to pull this off. But I would submit to you that we can do it. We know already that people are interested in partnering with us. So we've confirmed with our construction attorney. We've hired a lawyer from Austin who specializes in construction projects, particularly for governmental entities. His name is Jeff Chapman. I've worked with him many times. He's a very well-respected, known across the state for the work that he does. And so he's our construction lawyer. He's confirmed that the contingencies are enough that will allow us to pivot if it's necessary. So if we need to change a design or change directions, I mentioned a little bit, the Historic Commission may tweak our design a little bit, and you may need to see some things happen. So what happens next? We'll work with our construction lawyer, Jeff, to assure that we issue an RFQ and an RFP to find the construction manager at risk. There will be additional costs to hire that person in addition to the construction costs that I've explained. We'll continue to work with the Lawrence Group to seek approval from the Historic Commission, and we'll further develop the fundraising plan for the board's consideration in April. We'll work on a new contract with the Lawrence Group for the next phase of the design of the project, which is the schematic design. It's beyond the pretty pictures then, and the development of construction documents. The cost of construction of the contract will also be in addition to the construction costs. We'll be continue working in the building committee to bring this back to the board. We're also going to hire a permit expediter. If you've ever done work with a governmental entity, and since I'm usually on the receiving end of that, I always hear the complaints. People have to go through City Hall and get all kinds of permits, but there are people who specialize in that being done. So we recommend that we go ahead and hire one to help us navigate through the permit process through the City of Austin. That has a cost, but time is money, and the sooner we're moving, and remember we talk about rising costs of construction, so we need to get going as soon as we can. The building committee, as I mentioned, has worked extremely hard on this project, and we've talked about the costs and the necessary fundraising. We're not being unrealistic about the challenge, but we believe the benefits of the new building and how it will be presented in the public will really be something lawyers across the state of Texas can be proud of. I do want to note that this design has been presented to the executive committee, and on January 10th, they approved the design unanimously. And I know I've given you a lot of information, and there's a lot to process. And so we have Luma here, and Ray and Trey and other members of the committee. They're in the room. We're ready to field any questions that you may have for us. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So, what's my motion? Oh, so on behalf of the, I'm going to make a motion. So yeah, sorry. That's why I never even tried to be the chair of the board. I'm like, I was like, yeah. So let me just give you a little second. I want to explain the motion before I make it. So we're going to be asking the board today to approve the conceptual building design with the understanding that it's a conceptual design and the construction estimate that's associated with it. This is not the final cost estimate, and the design may change when we get input from the construction manager at risk down the road, and the board will have further opportunity to discuss and approve the final cost estimate, and once it's completed. So you're not approving the spend today. You're just saying, okay, this looks reasonable, looks like you got everything in the budget that needs to be there. So we're voting on, asking you to vote on the conceptual design so we can move forward the project if the board so wishes. So on behalf of the building special committee, building planning special committee, after consideration of the conceptual design of 1415 Lavaca and the current estimate of potential costs, I move that the board approve the conceptual building design and approve the building plan special committee and the staff moving forward with planning as recommended by the building planning special committee and the executive committee.
So to be clear, the only motion right now is the motion from our immediate past president to approve the conceptual building design for 1415 Lavaca and to approve the building planning special committee and staff moving forward with planning as recommended by the committee and the executive committee. Do we have a second? Director Hoskins seconds. Is there any discussion from directors? Director Calvillo, you have the floor.
Yeah. I'm here to challenge the designation of the building committee as the hardest working committee. That is of course the audit and finance committee, but in either event. No, first of all, thank you to the building committee for the work that you've done. I was privileged to be a part of the executive committee when this was presented, and so I'm here speaking in strong support of the motion and of the concept. Two comments that I'd like to make. One, again, by virtue of my experience, I guess, on audit and finance and having dived into the bowels of our budget over the last couple of years, I can see that there will be some financial benefits. I know that's not why we're doing this, but I can see that there'll be some financial benefits to the operation of the bar generally. Maybe not the general fund, but certainly at the individual section level, I can see that there will be some financial benefits. For example, just one little minor example, I was very active in the ADR section, and every year we have the annual CLE, and we try to have it at the Texas Law Center, and there's some reasons why we try to do it there. But we never quite fit in there. It was always a little too cramped, a little just not as comfortable as it could be. But with this design, I see that we have the flexibility to do that. And so I think that's one little example of how this budget, although how this concept, although the reasons are not just to save money, I can see that there will be benefit to the bar generally. The second comment that I'd like to make is I've never practiced law in Austin. I've always practiced outside in San Antonio, in the Valley, in Houston. But whenever I came to Austin, I always feel drawn to at least drive by the Texas Law Center. I don't know if anybody else has that too, but it's kind of like the home world, right? It's kind of go and touch, Vulcan or something, go and touch Klingon or whatever. You go by because that's kind of our capital. Right? That's kind of our capital. And so to see this design, I get excited about it because I can see that we will take pride in gathering together, not just this meeting, right? Not just this meeting on a quarterly basis, but every other important meeting that we have as a profession. And you have in that little square mile, perhaps, around that section, you have the Capitol, you have the Supreme Court, where's Justice Lerman, and then you have the Texas Law Center. I just see some financial benefits. I see that benefit in enhancing the pride of the profession. The only additional comment that I'd make is I do not want it to be called the Chad Baruch Law Center. But other than that, I'm wholeheartedly in favor of this concept. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Director Kroger, you have the floor.
Thank you. That was a very I thought comprehensive kind of overview presentation. I have a number of follow-up questions, and maybe this is this is getting into the weeds too much, and this is for later discussion, later detail, and that's fine too. Two categories of questions I had for you. The first is, has there been any thought given to how much on the capital raise, the fundraising we would intend to try to raise? Is the expectation we would raise a total amount of the capital or some percentage? And another way I thought of it, another way I thought of it is what level of capital cost in terms of a mortgage payment, for example, or financing, could the state bar afford that wouldn't be, for example, covered by the capital costs? I'll give you my second question, my second category, if I may. And related to that, what would the sort of the annual operating cost be of the building, and that would that be, you talked at a very high level about revenues. Does it look like the revenue and the operating costs would roughly offset each other, or that kind of thing? And the other thing is, investing in this kind of facility in Austin means there's going to be a lot more activity in Austin. How do you see this changing the way the state bar conducts its business with members? Does this mean more activity, more events would be concentrated in Austin, less around the state, or do you think it'd be business would be sort of like it is today? We would just have more things to offer, and those would be in Austin. I'd just be interested in having you share your view on how that would change how we do our business at the state bar.
Sure. So the first question being, how much of that money do we think we're going to raise? We expect to raise all of it. We don't. Our intent is that it not be, no dues would be used for this project. This is all going to be a fundraising campaign, capital campaign to get it done. So 100% of the money will be raised. And unfortunately, the state bar cannot borrow money. So we got to raise the money to get going. So that's the unfortunate part of it. We're not like a governmental entity that can issue bonds and pay ourselves back from future revenues, et cetera. So it's a bold undertaking, but that is the fact. So it's a simplistic way of having to get all your money together before you do the project, but that's what will happen. The second question was with regard to the O&M. So we haven't gotten into the weeds with that yet. Yes, that's a great question, Bill, because it is true that we're going to have additional expense with maintaining that structure once that it is there. And I will tell you that speaking with Luma's team, it is being designed to be energy efficient, and all of that all of that goes into that. So we'll keep the costs low for operations and maintenance, but we do really believe that it will pay for itself, and even if it's not direct, to some degree direct, because I'm telling you, and those that rooftop garden is going to be in huge demand, and we can probably count on substantial revenue from the rooftop patio. I mean, every other year at least, right? During like David's nodding because he's done the kind of work that I've done, where you looking for this space. Everybody wants to be near the Capitol because you want to get the legislators to come over. So if it's walking distance, that's optimum space, and we're right there. I mean, so I think that there is that opportunity. And we're hopeful that a large part of the operations and maintenance will be offset by our rental revenue, but just in the indirect costs too, like we just talked about that, the savings that are going to come for CLE to be able to use that space instead of going out and renting additional space. So that's a great question, and you're right, we're talking at a real high level, but I think as we go forward, you're going to see more detail, and it will kind of flesh out. And then the third question, I don't think it's going to change the way, because obviously and we talked about it today, and like being here, we intend to continue to go out to the far reaches. I mean, I'm from El Paso. We're going to keep going out to the far reaches of the state as necessary. But these events are already taking place in Austin. And we know that. I mean, we know that even our little, I was on the council for this little, it's a small section, the government law section. But when the government law section meets, we want to meet at least once a year in Austin. And the same thing would happen to us. You were like, okay, we just need to book a room at the law center. It's already booked, or so you're going to have to go elsewhere. You're going to have to rent the hotel space, and it would be cost prohibitive for our section sometimes. But I think that people are coming to Austin already, so we will be using our building instead of the hotel meeting space. So I think that's the intent. I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
All right, thank you very much.
And I received a text from our head of CLE who asked me to convey very clearly that we don't want anyone to believe that this is going to lead to the gradual, movement or migration of all CLE into Austin. CLE is still committed to serving all areas of the state, and this building will not change that. Yes, Director Pineda.
Just a quick question. There was the timeline up there, and I was just curious to know, are there any time constraints or deadlines that we need to be aware of, I guess, in terms of when all this needs to happen?
No, it's still, this is our vision and what we would like. If everything goes smoothly, this is the timeline we'd like to keep. But if it slips and we need more time here or there, so there are no deadlines. We already own the building, it's ours. I mean, the sooner we can put it into full service, the better. And also, I mean, I would say to you that the costs of construction continue to go up. So the sooner we can get going, the better for us in the project.
Any other comments from directors?
Hang on, Chad, I got one.
Yes, Judge Charbonnet, the floor is yours.
I'm going to speak for the entire group here. Does this cost estimate include enough power in the floor for us to be able to plug stuff in?
You know what, that is a great point, because everything is now been retrofitted, right? Even hotels, unless it's a very modern hotel, but that is the object. If you and we're gonna let Luma heard you, so and that's her charge, to make sure, yeah, to make sure that there would be.
As you see, sometimes we look like an 80s.
Well, I can't, excuse me, we're going to have an exchange, I need you to come to the front and the director to go to the microphone. We have folks come on up. People watching at home can't hear you, and it's not recorded for the public.
The reason I say that is, as you can see, some of our power strips look like a 1980 Christmas tree plugged into the wall that's this long, or the Griswold deal, so just a thought.
And to repeat what was said for those watching on the live stream, this is intended to be a state-of-the-art facility in terms of technology. Are there other questions while we have our expert here?
Okay.
Yeah, oh, hold on, not yet. Director Courageous.
Hello, I don't want you to come all the way here and not say anything. Permitting, I noticed that it's scheduled to be delivered in 24. With that, where are you proposing to actually apply for the permitting? You're hiring an expediter, but when are they going to get started on that part?
So there are two parts of permitting. One is the site development permit, which takes a whole year from the day you actually submit. And we're intending to submit for that at the end of the design development phase. That gives the civil engineer enough time to, we have discussed all the particulars of the site design, and they can start that process to do that. While they're doing that, we'll continue finishing our construction documents, which is the detailed drawings that the contractor will be eventually bidding and also building from. And so that process will take, 2 months or so, and then go to building permits. So those, while the site permit is being taken care of and taking the period that it takes, the building permit will take probably 4 months to take. So it will be an overlap between those two permits. And I don't remember the dates right now, but construction documents will end in July 14th. So after that, probably it will take 4 to 5 months to permit that building. We're just adding to it as the Historic Landmark Commission. Obviously, that adds to the timeline because we need their approval. So we have three approvals, main approvals, the Historic Landmark Commission, the site permit, and the building permit. And none of that will move if the site permit is not approved. So that's kind of the critical path.
Very good, thank you. I would be remiss to say that I met my wife on that corner. It's very special to me.
Name it after you then, David.
Director Morales.
First, I want to commend the committee. It's a beautiful design, and I agree with Director Cavillo that there would be a lot of pride from all members of the bar of having that there in the Capitol complex. The San Antonio Bar Association has been contemplating a similar type of campaign on a much smaller scale. One comment or suggestion would be, as part of the fundraise, to include some period of time of operating expenses. The operation of this building would be significant, even if it is energy efficient. I would imagine there's got to be an increase in headcount just to, operate the building. So that might be something to consider as part of that initial ask. And then the second question, or a question that I have, is the intention that this building would be limited to lawyers and legal functions? I agree with Director Courageous that there would be a high demand for that third floor facility. Are we going to open it up to non-lawyer functions? Like if people want to have a wedding there or some type of reception that are not connected to the legal profession, is that something we would consider for revenue generation?
Well, it's early to say that. We really do, when we talk about it and you see our documents, we're always talking about lawyers and law-related activities. So at least at the first, I think that would be our limitation, to make sure that we, have a good handle on how that's being used. We're going to have some restrictions and political activities and different things that will need to be fleshed out as we begin to come up with our policies for the use of the space, but primarily lawyers and law-related functions.
Thank you.
Further comments from directors or questions? Seeing none, all directors in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. We are now moving to agenda item 12. Before we do that, I think if there is no objection from the body, we will take a short break. Here's what we're going to do. Those of you who need to go upstairs and get your luggage, put it in the back of the room or check out, please do that as quickly as possible. You will come straight down, and in about 15 minutes, the food will be available. Please go ahead and get your lunch and come back in. My goal is to reconvene at noon, 12:05 at the latest. So let's really try and hurry. I just want to mention one other thing. We are now moving into the committee reports. We have an exceptionally full agenda under the committee reports with an unusually high number of action items. I am concerned about our ability to finish today. So unless we're going to be here till 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, I would like all of you presenting in the afternoon to bear that in mind, please, that we are going to struggle to finish by 5 o'clock today. So if there is no objection, we will stand in recess until roughly noon. Thank you. I'm going to ask everybody to come to order, please. It is now 12:01, and we will reconvene the quarterly meeting of the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors with our next agenda item 12, the Executive Committee Report, Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, which will be presented by our past chair, Santos Vargas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, folks, I'm going to keep this brief so we can keep this meeting moving. As you know, in September, the board selected candidates to run for State Bar President-elect. Those two candidates are Jerry Alexander of Dallas and Steve Benish of Austin. We're not aware of any petition candidates this year. I will tell you that the two candidates that the board did select have just been amazing ambassadors for our state bar. And let me tell you, folks, they're out there campaigning, they're pounding the pavement, they're out there getting their message out, and they're just doing a great job getting the message out, not just about their own campaigns, but about the state bar, and we can't appreciate it enough. This spring, the bar is going to send out various communications to help get the word out about the campaigns and the election. We're going to publish information in the Bar Journal, on our website. We're going to send emails to our members, and we'll also post information on social media. In addition to all of that, we're going to be creating 1-minute videos about the candidates that we're going to post online. And the bar is also going to host 2 candidate forums for the president-elect race. They're tentatively scheduled for March 10th and April 4th. Rocky Deer, who moderates the State Bar podcast and does an amazing job, is going to moderate the first forum, and then immediate past president Sylvia Brunda Firth and I are going to moderate the second forum from the Texas Law Center. We're going to be sending out more information on both candidate forums soon. And in addition to the president-elect race, there are 10 district director positions that are up for election again this year. The chart of those open positions should be included in your meeting materials. We're going to have information posted about how to run for a director position on the Board of Directors webpage. So if you know anybody that may be interested in running for a director position, please point them to the Board of Directors webpage so they can get all of the information that they need there. They can get a copy of the petition form and any other documents they might need to run. And if anybody has any questions, of course, you can answer some of those questions, but if they have additional questions, point them to Ray Cantu, who's always happy to answer questions related to the election. The deadline to submit petitions to run is going to be March 1st. So if you know anybody that's interested in running, make sure that they're out there and they know those deadlines and get them out there collecting those signatures, because it's not an easy task. The election will begin on April 3rd and it will end on May 2nd. And again, I encourage all of you, if you know somebody who may be good, who has a heart of service, encourage them to run. Please go out there and encourage them to run. And with that, that concludes, Mr. Chair, the report of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. We'll now move to agenda item 12B, that is the Policy Manual Subcommittee. Director Wooten.
Thank you, Chair Baruch. The Policy Manual Subcommittee met in December and has recommended 2 sets of changes to the Board Policy Manual. The proposed changes are included in the public meeting materials for today, and they start on page 63 of the PDF. Both sets of these proposed changes are largely to add clarification and also to update the Policy Manual to reflect current practices. The proposed changes were approved by the Executive Committee during its meeting earlier this month. So the first set of proposed changes involves subsection 3.08.02 of the Policy Manual, and again, that's on page 63 of the PDF. This deals with the publication of the application process for the Client Security Fund. Those of you who were on the board last year know that the Grievance Oversight Committee's 2022 biennial report recommended changes to this very provision, specifically to address the fact that what's currently in the policy manual doesn't reflect what happens in practice. So the proposed changes that are before you now essentially codify the CDC's current practices. The changes remove the reference to the grievance committee chair. The proposed changes also add a requirement that the CDC provide an application form and brochure to each person in the grievance process who appears to be eligible for a grant from the Client Security Fund. We did work with and receive input from Shauna Willing, the CDC, when working on these amendments that are before you today. And we confirmed with her that because this is aligning with current practice, it's not going to increase administrative burden or cost for the CDC. I move at this time that the board approve the proposed changes to Board Policy Manual subsection 3.08.02 as included in the meeting materials.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Director Calvillo, if you would approach the on-deck circle as Director Wooten presents her second action item.
All right, second action item pertains to proposed amendments to Board Policy Manual subsection 8.01.10. This is on page 64 of the PDF of your meeting materials. It deals with the state bar sections that serve as a resource for a governmental body, including the legislature. It's important to point out that this is not about going to the legislature to advocate for anything. This is simply when the state bar sections are serving as a resource. We worked closely with Kaylin Laney, Christina McGuire, and the bar's legal team in drafting and reviewing these proposed changes. Current language only requires the section to notify the state bar staff within 10 business days of being designated as a resource. The proposed changes would instead require the section to notify the executive director or his or her designee before serving as a resource. This is a significant change from our perspective. The same subsection already gives the executive director the ability to instruct a state bar section not to serve as a resource for the reasons enumerated in the board policy manual. But we think that this will operate much more effectively if the notice is provided before serving as a resource as opposed to potentially after the fact. The proposed language would also provide that to the extent possible, the required information should be provided in writing. We suggested this language recognizing that written notice is preferred when possible, but sometimes the reality is in the legislative process with things moving as quickly as they do, you cannot have that written notice required. We've also cleaned up other language in the provision, including changing advice and consent phrasing to information, because that really reflects what we're talking about here when a state bar section is serving as a resource instead of requesting a particular change. Another change is to correct a reference in paragraph 3, having some disclaimer language that doesn't really reflect what's happening when a state bar section is serving as a resource. Proposed amendments put forward in plain terms what a section needs to indicate when serving as the resource. I move that the board approve the proposed changes to Board Policy Manual subsection 8.01.10.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 13 and begin with 13A, that is Audit and Finance Committee. Director Calvillo.
Good afternoon. I'm always excited to deliver the report from the Audit and Finance Committee. And what we're going to do is we're going to review the operations of the State Bar for the first 6 months of our fiscal year. Then we're going to get into that A word, audit. We're going to talk about internal audit. We're going to talk about external audit. Just in general, let me just say, it reminds you that the State Bar follows best practices and has an external audit and an internal audit. And we'll talk about each of those in just a minute. So first of all, let's talk about the first 6 months of the year, of the fiscal year ended. This is for the 6 months ended November 30th of 2002. So as you can see, revenues exceed expenditures. That's always a good thing. And because we're expediting our presentation here, I'll leave it at that, except to say that the board committed expenditures that you see there for $4 million, $4.3 million. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the gist of it is that the revenues exceed expenditures, and that's a good thing. We'll talk about budget to actual in just a minute. This slide shows the revenues. We talked about revenues exceeding expenditures. This is the revenues. Now, where do the revenues come from? This is an important slide because as you see, the trend is that the gray bar is the current year, right? and the other three are the two previous years. And so as you can see, that first bar is 2020, the pandemic year. And so yes, revenues were much lower during that time period, but as you can see, we're recovering and the revenues are recovering. But the other thing I'd like to point out is that the first bar there, that's the only part of our budget of the revenues that come from membership dues. That's important because we wouldn't be able to have all the services that the bar offers, all of the activities that we fund through the State Bar of Texas, if it was just for revenues. All these other categories are extremely important, especially the second one, and that is Texas Bar CLE. And as I've said before, this is funded by the volunteer efforts of many of you and our membership that provide the expertise in offering the CLE. And so that is how we're able to offer all the services that the bar offers is through that. Expenditures, as you can see, the expenditures are recovering to their previous levels, from during the pandemic. You'll see that that last bar at the end has a big spike. That spike for the current year is board committed expenditures. And what that is that's really just, it's just reallocation from the general fund to other funds of the state bar that are designated for a specific purpose. For example, there's $1 million that's transferred to the client security fund, which we all know and understand that that's an important service we offer. 1.5 million to the tech fund. Never did we realize how important the tech fund was, more so than during the pandemic. That was really important that our technology aspect of the bar was up to snuff. And a $1.2 million transfer to the building fund. So it's important that we realize that these are just being reallocated within the various funds or accounts, is another way to look at it, within the state bar budget. The state bar follows best practices and has a budget, so we have a direction of where we're headed. And if you look at it, we have a positive variance, even within the positive news of revenues exceeding expenditures. From what we planned, it's even better than that, and that's what this summary shows, is that we're $2.6 million ahead of where we even thought we might be. The reason for that is because we follow very conservative budgeting practices. Earlier, through President President Tisdale's report on behalf of the Budget Committee, you saw that we had a balanced budget. Well, that budget is a very conservative budget, as is this one that you see summarized here. It's conservative in that we make sure that we factor in contingencies in that budget. The next thing is I'd like to invite Darlene Brown and Liz Myers to come on up on behalf of the McConnell Jones Fund and firm, and they're going to talk about the internal audit. The internal audit and the external audit are both examples of good practices that the state bar follows. The internal audit is we engage a professional firm to look at the operations of the bar and to give us their professional opinion on how we're operating, make sure that we're following, that we're being good stewards of the monies entrusted to us. So let me turn it over to the McConnell and Jones firm.
Thank you. So I'm Darlene Brown, and I'm the partner with McConnell Jones Enterprise Risk Services. And I have Liz Myers with me, and she's our Director of IT Risk Advisory Services. We're here today to discuss the process that we went through to develop your 5-year audit plan. We'll also discuss the 4-year audit history and how we execute the annual internal audit plan each year. So if you could advance 2 slides. Next slide, please. Okay. So the process began by completing a comprehensive risk assessment of the entire organization that included all functions and all operations. We first started out by deploying an electronic survey to board members and department leaders. Concurrently, we were conducting interviews with the CFO and executive director, and some key members. We also were reviewing documents such as your annual financial report, your sunset self-evaluation report, state bar rules, your policy manual, prior audit reports, and a lot of information on your website. Once we had this all compiled together, we ranked everything with scores between 1 and 5. Then once we analyzed those scores, we interviewed certain department and division leaders to clarify where we were seeing some potential anomalies in their survey responses. We also got an overview of their operations at that time. Once we had that finished, we prioritized the functions and departments with the higher risk scores. We shared and discussed the preliminary assessments with the CFO to get input on timing and insights. Then we shared the potential audit timing and focus areas with division and department leaders. We discussed the 5-year audit plan with the executive leadership team, and then we presented it to the Audit and Finance Committee. And I got to tell you, you have a very actively involved Audit and Finance Committee. They asked us some tough questions, which I very much appreciated. They have your best interest at heart. The entire risk assessment and 5-year audit plan proposal, it was collaborative with everybody. It was a very iterative approach in the timing. And then we believe we now have a solid plan to present to you. So next slide, please. We assessed the risk and the impact of all the functional areas across the state bar. And as of today, these are the areas that pose the highest risk to the organization. This is based upon controls and processes that are that if they're not in place, they could potentially harm you. This doesn't mean that we suspect that there is a problem in these areas. That's completely the opposite. We just want to make sure that the controls are working. So the next slide will discuss our proposed timing for each of the areas. Oh, can't see it too well, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's a 5-year, so each year we will continue to review the investments for compliance. And then in year 1, we're also going to look at the attorney compliance to determine what processes are in place to ensure compliance with the advertising rules and the client attorney assistant program confidentiality requirements. We're also going to look at the membership area to make sure that the accounts are accurate and that revenue forecasts are based on an appropriate methodology. Because as you saw from your slides, and there's been a lot of discussion today, a lot of your revenues come from your memberships. We're also going to make sure that the membership dues and revenues collected are handled securely, and then they're accurately posted in a timely manner. Then in year 2, we're going to look at the finance operations again. We'll look at disbursements, time reporting, payroll deductions and payments, revenue, and the revenue collection procedures. The second audit we will do is the communications function in year 2, where we were going to look at internal and external communications for compliance with any requirements you have in place. And what is the process to making sure that all the internal and external communications that are going out, that they're accurate, relevant, and timely. Year 3 will provide advisory services for the human resource function. And we're going to look at the entire employee life cycle from the time that a vacancy is identified to the posting of that job, to the hiring, the onboarding, the retention, and then in some instances, the offboarding. We're also going to look at succession planning within the organization. And then year 3 is when we will look at technology, and we'll look at the data and network protection. So with every audit that we do look at data protection to make sure it's accurate and you're not vulnerable to cyber, but we'll be paying more heavy attention in year 3 to the IT. Year 4, we'll look at law practice resources in the legal access division. And year 5, we will look at contracting and procurement. So this is our proposed plan for the 5 years, but each year before we begin the audit season, we meet with leadership to see if anything has changed any new risks have come up, any new changes in your operations that maybe we might need to shift some things around on the audit plan or our audit focus. So that means what it is, it's a very flexible plan so that we can quickly adapt to the needs of your organization. So next slide. This provides an overview of the estimated fees and hours for each year. This year's fees are higher because it included the comprehensive risk assessment in this plan we're presenting to you. But in years 2 through 5, we'll fluctuate on hours between 441 hours, and the estimated fees are $55,000 to $66,000. They fluctuate based upon the skill sets that are required for that particular audit. As you can imagine, if we're looking at information technology, we need some higher end IT auditors on that engagement. Next slide, please, Liz. This is an overview of the audits that we've conducted over the past 4 years. We've looked at your high visibility areas and that are crucial to your operations. That includes MCLE, information technology, sections, CDC, finance, CLE, and HR. You also received a transparency and communication consulting engagement in 2019 from another firm. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of how we plan to execute your internal audit plan each year. So around July to August, we'll meet with the CFO and leadership team to discuss our plan audits, what has changed within the organization, and any new risks that are occurring as a result of changes, internal or external, and then we'll make adjustments as necessary. Then in September is when we begin meeting with the department leaders before we begin the audit to make sure we are providing value to their area. We'll gain an understanding at high level of the operations, confirm the risks and the value-added activities, and the timing. Between October and December each year is when the bulk of our activities occur, and that's where we conduct all the field work and the testing, the interviews. And then we will issue out individual reports for each audit and distribute those, and then we plan to present the annual audit report and the results of each audit at your annual meeting. So for this year, we're targeting to have the first 3 audits presented to you at the April meeting. That concludes our presentation today, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And thank you for your attention and your continued support of our firm and the work that we do for you.
So the internal audit focuses a professional microscope on the systems, the policies, and procedures of our financial systems. And so we're very, very happy that we follow that good practices, those best practices. And so now, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move that we approve the internal audit plan for fiscal years 2023 through 2027.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from directors? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So we also focus a professional microscope on the results of those systems, policies, and procedures, and that's the internal, the external audit. The external audit focuses on the results of that, namely the financial statements. And we're happy to report that for fiscal year 2021-2022, the State Bar of Texas has received a unqualified or a clean opinion from the Weaver firm that is retained to perform that external audit. And so on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the annual financial report with that external audit result and the opinion.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So on the same theme of transparency and being good stewards, earlier when President-elect Tisdale was reviewing the dues allocation, I don't know if you remember seeing that or not, but it's that big spreadsheet that has what our dues are and how each category of a revenue and expenditure relates to, or the expenditure relates to those dues. That is also something that's reviewed by the Weaver firm. And the Weaver firm has, what they're doing is they have reviewed it and to make sure that the methodology makes sense. And so they've given us that report. It's online, and you can view it by all as part of the proposed budget for 2023 and 2024. One more thing I'd like to say about the Weaver firm and that external audit that they performed. As part of that report, they also again they dove not into the bowels, Chris, of the financial statements, but rather the substance of the financial statements. And as part of that, they also issued an internal control letter. So we have the McConnell Jones firms that also looked at the systems, and that's their primary focus. The Weaver firm, also a CPA firm, also opined on the internal audit. As part of that, they had some items that they wanted us to approve upon, and Tracy and Trey are all over that, and I feel confident that they're going to address those things in their internal control. Moving on now to the quarterly investment reports for the quarters ended November 2022. A copy of that investment report is in your packet, and you can rest assured that the PFM Asset Management firm is a very professional group that has a lot of experience in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act, and on our portfolio is invested in very conservative investments such as U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, high-quality commercial paper, FDIC insured certificates of deposits, AAA M-rated money market mutual funds, and so it's very conservative investments, and it's being well taken care of. And so, on behalf of the Audit and Finance, I move to approve the November 2022 State Bar Quarterly Investment Report.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
There is a rumor that I would direct to Mr. McDonald and Director Wooten. The rumor is that whoever is the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee has to wear a bow tie during the presentation, and that Trey Apfel has a policy that requires that. I'm here to confirm that is true, and so as you go through your election, keep that in mind. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Cavillo. Director Smith? Yes, so we will move to agenda item 14, Administration Committee, Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 4 sets of proposed rule changes to address during this part of our meeting today. The Administration Committee has looked at these, and the action that the board will be asked to take is to decide whether to refer those to the Supreme Court for its consideration. But before I discuss those in more detail, I do want to point out that Chair Baruch had tasked the Administration Committee with monitoring the status of the referral from the Supreme Court to the Texas Access to Justice Commission on a couple of issues. That process is just beginning, and so we have no substantive report to offer there, but just to reiterate that we are monitoring and we'll report back on those issues at the appropriate time. The Administration Committee received proposed amendments to the Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure and the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure from the State Bar Court Rules Committee. The committee also received proposed amendments to the Texas Rules of Evidence from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee, also known as AREC. So again, the task today for the board is to decide whether to approve the referral of these proposed amendments to the Supreme Court for its consideration. If the board does approve the referral, it's important to remember that the Supreme Court has its own Rules Advisory Committee that will take the rules up at the appropriate time and in the court's discretion. And then if any changes are to be made, we'll publish those proposed rules and open them up for public comment. So the proposed rules are in your meeting packet today. And I don't think this is going to be necessary, especially in light of our time constraints today, but I do believe we have representatives of AREC and the Court Rules Committee available if there are any questions. I do not think that's going to be necessary. The first rule that you're being asked to vote on today is Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 52.9. It's agenda item 14A2. This is the first proposal from the Court Rules Committee. It deals with 52.9, and you can see the text of the proposed rule versus the existing rule beginning on page 12 and also extending into page 13 of the materials that have been provided. Currently, Rule 52.9 provides that a party may file a motion for rehearing within 15 days after a final order, but the rule doesn't include a provision allowing an appellate court to grant an extension of that time to file such a motion. It also doesn't make clear whether a party can file a motion for en banc reconsideration in an original proceeding in the intermediate courts of appeals. The proposed amendment addresses these issues by making motions for a hearing and motions for en banc reconsideration subject to the rules of appellate procedure applicable to such motions in the court in which the motions were filed, in which the original proceeding in that case was brought. The Administration Committee met in December and voted in favor of referring the proposed amendment to the Supreme Court for its consideration. The matter was also considered in the Executive Committee meeting earlier this month. And so my motion, Mr. Chair, is for the board to approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 52.9 to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from the directors? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Second item is Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 226A. This is agenda item 14A3. This is another proposal from the Court Rules Committee, and it specifically deals with jury instructions. In the materials you have, you'll see these proposed changes on pages 12, 14, 15, and 16, and an explanation of the reason for the change starting on page 22. The proposed change addresses implicit bias in jury instructions. According to the Court Rules Committee, the proposed instruction is designed to instruct jurors on the appropriate basis to weigh the evidence presented to them and the importance of making an unbiased and just decision through their verdict. The proposed addition is designed to help the jury panel and jurors better understand bias and provide trial judges and advocates a basis to better discuss biases and prejudices in voir dire should they think it appropriate. Additional background information on this proposal is also included in the packet. The Administration Committee met in December and voted in favor of referring this proposed rule change to the Supreme Court for its consideration. The proposed amendment was also considered by the Executive Committee earlier this month and was approved as well by the Executive Committee. On behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the board approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 226A to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any comments from directors? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The third proposed rule change is to Texas Rule of Evidence 509. This is a proposal from the Rules of Evidence Committee, and it includes actually 3 proposed changes within that rule. The first proposed change amends the rule it amends TRE 509E1B and deletes 509E5. These provisions both relate to occupational licensing investigations and proceedings brought by the Texas Medical Board. The changes are intended to clarify that administrative proceedings are governed by statutory confidentiality and privilege protections and not the rules of evidence. The second proposal removes subsection F's consent requirements in Rule 509 and changes the word consent to authorization as related to health information. This proposed change is intended to eliminate any duplication of or conflict with state and federal statutory protections regarding the release of protected health information. The third proposed change deals with Rule of Evidence 509E6. The program for the civil commitment of sexually violent predators did not exist when this rule was adopted. And the rule it provides that the physician-patient privilege does not it does not apply rather in certain involuntary civil commitment or similar proceedings. This proposed change would add the program for the civil commitment of sexually violent predators to the list of proceedings accepted from the Rule of Evidence 509 privilege. The Administration Committee met in December and voted to refer this proposed rule change to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration. As with the other rules, the Executive Committee met and likewise approved the referral to the Supreme Court of Texas. On behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Evidence 509 to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration.
This is like a Rosh Hashanah service. I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. 4 Jews in the room got that joke. Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Finally, and I know you can't wait, Texas Rule of Evidence 510, Agenda Item 14A5. This is the second proposal from AREC. This proposal amends Rule 510, which deals with mental health information privilege in civil cases. The proposal would extend the privilege to persons acting as an employee, member, or agent of an approved peer assistance program under Chapter 467 of the Health and Safety Code. As the recommended comment notes, this would include TLAP, as well as peer assistance programs involving other professions. The privilege would only apply to proceedings governed by the Texas Rules of Evidence. The Administration Committee met and voted in favor of referring this rule to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration. And as with the other rules, the Executive Committee reviewed and approved the recommendation. And so with that, Mr. Chair, on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board approve the referral of this committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Evidence 510 to the Supreme Court of Texas for its consideration.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire board, I want to thank the State Bar Rules Committee and the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee. What seemed perfunctory today involved a great deal of time and effort by those two committees. Also, thank you to the Administration Committee, and a very quick shout out to Director Tolshin for his work in connection with one of those rules changes involving TLAP. We will now move to agenda item 14B. And that is performance measures and strategic planning. Director Scott.
Thank you, Chair Baruch. The Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee completed its process of formulating the strategic goals for the 2022-2023 5-year plan update. After the strategic planning workshop on July 21st in Houston, facilitated by Elizabeth Derrico, the subcommittee met on September 19th, October 12th, and November 2nd to review, refine, and complete the strategic goals, which are before you today in the materials, and you can find them starting on page 286. These goals have been approved by the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee and the Executive Committee, which have both recommended this board's approval and adoption. So I move that the board approve the updated State Bar of Texas strategic plan.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Scott. We'll now move to agenda item 15A. This will fall under the Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance subheading and the DCAP Subcommittee. Director Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 3 proposed disciplinary rules amendments and additions for the board's consideration today. The DCAP committee met on January the 5th and approved all 3. The executive committee then met on January 10th and approved all 3. Just as a moment of background information for you, the rules were formulated by the Committee for Disciplinary Rules and Referenda, or CDRR. Mr. Lewis Kennard's here in case there's any questions that come up in regard to any of these proposed rule changes. But I think they're going to be ones that benefit the lawyer of the state, and I do think they are worthy of being approved. Assuming that they are, a couple of rules have already been approved in prior board meetings recently. Once we have kind of a critical mass of rules to be submitted to the Supreme Court, we will put that together in the form of a petition by the board that the Supreme Court approve these new disciplinary rules. Without further ado, let me talk about the first one, which is Rule 1.00, which is the definitional section of the disciplinary rules. The amendments are to add 5 new definitions. One is confirmed in writing, which deals with obviously obligations of lawyers to have things confirmed by writing from their clients. Informed consent, which finds its way into a number of rules. Represent, represents, or representation. Those are found throughout the rules, but now there's a formal definition for it. Screened, which will be important in regard to Rule 1.10, which I'll take up third. And writing or written, again, that terminology applies throughout the rules. There's also a clarification in the existing definition of fraud or fraudulent to add the word negligent in there that clarifies the meaning of that existing definition. So again, the committee has already approved the additions and amendment to Rule 1.00. So on behalf of the DCAP committee, I'd like to move that the board approve proposed Rule 1.00 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct pertaining to terminology.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from directors? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Secondly, there is Rule 1.09 is a very important rule, deals with movement of lawyers between firms and conflicts related to former clients. Existing Rule 1.09 has been totally rewritten by the CDRR and approved by the DCAP committee. And basically, it enables lawyers to change firms more easily without the disqualifying conflicts coming into play. And I do think that's a good change for the lawyers in this state. The language of the rule, I think, is clearer. It follows ABA rule, Model Rule 1.09, so it kind of brings, if approved, the terminology of the Texas rule more into conformity with the model rules, which can be important in proceedings that are brought in federal court, for example, where the model rules are commonly used. So without further ado, on behalf of the DCAP committee, I'd move that the board approve proposed Rule 1.09 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct pertaining to conflict of interest relating to a former client.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from directors? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The third and final proposed rule change is the adoption of a brand new Rule 1.10, again modeled off the ABA Model Rule 1.10, and it deals with imputation of conflicts of interest to law firms. A very important rule change and addition, I think, that will help, again, the lawyers of this state when they change firms and not bring disqualifying conflicts with them to their new firm. It enables the firm to screen off that lawyer from a matter that might otherwise be covered by a conflict of interest. Texas did not have a rule to this effect before this one has been proposed. I think it's a wonderful change and one that probably is long overdue. So on behalf of the DCAP committee, I'd move that the board approve proposed Rule 1.10 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct pertaining to imputation of conflicts of interest.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from directors? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That concludes our report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Toby. Agenda item 16, the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda. Louis Kennard will report to us on that committee's behalf.
Thank you, Chair Baruch. Good afternoon. Everybody wake up now. Come. I'm proud to present the 5th annual report from the Texas Committee of Disciplinary Rules and Referendum. As you remember, 2017, the legislature created this committee. We launched in 2018, and since then, we've fulfilled our statutory obligation every year by going through the disciplinary rules of procedure and the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to determine whether they're adequate or, as in a lot of cases, a little behind adequate. I'm not saying they were wrong, but anyway, we appreciate all your work, and we want you to know that as you can see the summaries of what we've been doing in the report, you can also see our thank you to you, all of your constituents, everyone who's been involved in the process. The committee also serves as an advisor to the Supreme Court on comments that help lawyers understand what they need to do in order to comply with those rules. But the most important thing I've just got to say is that your involvement is critical. Your support, your continued support, will make sure that these are Texas rules for Texas lawyers and the Texas practice of law. And yes, we're not the only state in the country, but we're the most important one to us. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate your support. Please continue to send us your thoughts and comments. We have a great, simple email address that I think Brad Johnson may have set up. It's called cdrr@texasbar.com. So you can remember that pretty easily. All right? Thank you very much.
And on behalf of our board, thank you for all that you're doing in this effort. Will bring us to agenda item 17A. Under the Member Services and Education Committee, we will hear first from the Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee. Director Augusto has an excused absence. Director Tolshin will present the report.
Hey, this is just a little inside baseball on the funding of the TYLA project. Board policy requires internal entities such as committees and TYLA to obtain approval from the Appeals and Grant Review Subcommittee in order to seek outside funding for their projects. The Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee received the request from TYLA for authorization to seek outside grant funding from the Texas Bar Foundation for a project called Adult-ing. The materials for this request are located in the Board Effect under Appeals and Grants Subcommittee tab. This project educates adolescents and those coming of majority on their legal rights and responsibilities and obligations and things that they face at that time. The Appeals and Grants Subcommittee unanimously approved this. There's no state bar funds being used for this, and no actions required from the board. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Tolshin. Any comments from directors? I want everyone to notice how well the Baruch on-deck circle has taken hold. I'm doing very well. We will now move to agenda item 17B, the Professional Development Subcommittee. Director McDonald.
Good afternoon. The Board PDP Subcommittee met jointly with the CLE Committee on October 29th to discuss topics for CLE programs and publications. Each meeting starts with a robust brainstorming session to discuss hot topics, areas of growth and change, and the essential skills needed to practice law effectively. Some of the new programs that we will add this year through Texas Bar CLE include emerging issues in constitutional cases, becoming a master in civil litigation, a blockchain transaction course, and a course on aviation law. After surveying new lawyers about their learning needs and preferences, Texas Bar CLE is launching a new online product this spring to help new lawyers learn essential practice skills. These online tutorials will be short in duration, skills-based, and incorporate learning tools such as demonstrations, checklists, templates, and testing. The next section is about Texas Bar books, but Trey has already discussed that earlier this morning, so in the interest of brevity, I will not repeat that. We also go to the 30th anniversary Texas Minority Council Program. President Gibson discussed that with you this morning, so I'll not go back over that. But the Bar's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion has been hard at work planning the May 2023 Texas Minority Attorney Program, which is their CLE program geared towards solos and small firm practitioners. and will soon begin planning this year's TMCP, which is scheduled to take place at the end of October in Houston. The process of selecting members for this year's TMCP steering committee is underway. They're taking nominations if you want to do so. The State Bar has extended our partnership with FastCase by providing all active members with free access to FastCase case law alerts in 13 practice areas, including family law, business law, and personal injury law. By drawing on Texas trial and appellate courts, bar members can access this additional resource by signing up on the Texas Case Alert sign-up page. You can go to fastcase.com/Texas Case Alerts. To offset the cost of CLE for lawyers who may need financial assistance, Texas Bar CLE offers full and partial scholarships for its programs. The application process is easy, fast, and confidential. Scholarships are available for Texas Bar Books, online publications. The Diversity in the Profession Committee has a bar exam prep scholarship that has been disseminated to all Texas law schools. And by helping defray the financial burden of preparing for the Texas bar exam, this scholarship facilitates the transition into the legal profession for law students from backgrounds traditionally underrepresented in the profession. Please spread the word about these State Bar of Texas scholarship programs. That ends my report.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Director McDonald. Agenda item 17C, the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee, Director Shimbato.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair. My report is really just an update on some of the benefits that are available to bar members. Beginning on a little bit of a down note, Investor Cash Management, or ICM, is no longer participating in any partnerships and has canceled its member benefit with the State Bar. You may recall that ICM offered integrated banking, investment, and payment accounts and was just launched last year. For those bar members that did enroll with ICM, that company is honoring the affinity partnership that was in place, so nothing will change for them. But that partnership will not go forward from this point. Picking up from there, though, there are a couple of new vendors to report. The first is Benchley Easy Briefs. Benchley is based in Houston, and it is briefing software that is capable of creating a table of authorities, detecting citation or formatting errors, even going so far as court-specific formatting requirements. It's really a nice piece of software. Another new vendor, the second new vendor that has been added, is Smokeball. Smokeball is a cloud-based practice management software package capable of generating invoices, managing workflow, document management, and more. It's not quite a new product yet, but it is on the horizon. Arivia, which is a platform for accessing discounts on flights and cruises. So that would be something to watch for in the near future. You may have noticed that the marketing materials have been redesigned on the email blasts and print materials, etc. We expect to have an update on the effectiveness on that redesign as far as member participation or engagement with eBlasts. The health insurance enrollment period, of course, ended January 15th, and we expect to have a full report on the insurance exchange available at the April meeting. And lastly, as always, the ongoing ask is to please make sure that the attorneys in your home districts know that there are benefits available to them in these packages, and they can see those benefits at texasbar.com/benefits. So anything you can do to push the word out is, of course, very much appreciated. That's my report.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Director Shimbato. Agenda item 18, the ad hoc committees to select at-large directors. Director Clark.
Good afternoon. Can't take me anywhere. I am privileged to serve as the chair of the ad hoc committee to select at-large members, along with our committee of Liz Cantu, Laura Pratt, Paul Stafford, and Kimberly Wilson. We have the honor of doing this year's important task of selecting a committee member to replace David Calvillo. There are 4 at-large director positions in the State Bar Board. At the annual meeting in June, David's term will expire, and there's a process in our board policy to fill this position. December 1st, there was a deadline to submit nominations to the State Bar. This year, there were 9 nominations for consideration. I want you to know that last year, when there were 2 positions available, there were 10 nominations. So we got work to do. This is an incredibly competitive process with very qualified nominees to consider. The quality of all nominees is extraordinary. We looked at their applications their applications of these nominations on January 5th and determined that we would interview all of the 9 nominees. They all had exceptional experience, and we felt it was appropriate to interview all of them. They're from all over the state and have different practice areas and unique experiences. The committee will conduct these interviews on February 9th at the Law Center and will recommend 2 nominees to President Gibson for consideration. Of these 2, President Gibson will choose 1 nominee and submit the appointment to the board for board consideration in April. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Director Clark. Agenda item 19, the section representatives to the board committee. Director Cardenas.
Thank you, Chairman Baruch. This afternoon's report is in line with the theme that was suggested by the chair at the beginning of the year to advise you all of the works of the sections and how the sections work integrally with the State Bar staff in getting their jobs done for their members. And if you recall, in the first meeting or in the McAllen meeting, we highlighted the pro bono projects of the sections. And today we're going to talk about how sections get involved with CLE and some of their special projects as well. So what do sections do? Many of the projects the sections undertake are for the benefit of their members and to recruit new members. The section chairs and the governing councils are the leaders in their specific practice areas, and they serve as gatekeepers of information and practice tips to their fellow practitioners in specialty areas. Most sections average around $30 for their annual dues, and for that bargain price, the sections provide a huge number of benefits to their memberships. Members receive, for instance, case law updates. They receive legislative updates, otherwise known as Jerry Bullard's News from the Legislative Front. They get online CLE and free lunch and learn sessions. The sections also work to further the State Bar missions by including young lawyers, promoting DEI and law student initiatives, as well as programs that benefit the public. But one of the most important aspects of the section work is that they are a partner with the State Bar in producing quality CLE. Throughout the country, state bars have different templates as far as how they operate, including sections are separate from the state bars in these other states, and they function independently. But in Texas, we not only do it bigger, but we do it right. And we have developed a program that works extremely well from both the state bar and the sections to provide the best quality and extremely useful CLE in the nation. Most sections sponsor Texas Bar CLE programs. Nearly all Texas Bar CLE programs, including the 12 that are in the summer, the big ones for the advanced courses, for the biggest practice areas, to our 2-day institutes for medium practice areas or specialty topics, are sponsored by State Bar sections. So how does it work? The sections council provide the expertise and the lawyers in their respective areas to come up with the best programming possible for Texas Bar CLE courses. Specifically, sections help appoint different course directors for each specific course. They help choose the planning committee with the goal of having approximately 25% of the members of the committee being new to the planning so as to keep the ideas fresh, but also to maintain stability in the course, planning over many years. Second, they also recruit speakers and authors, and they help get the articles that are being published in the materials and coordinate panels to ensure the program is top tier, and of course the registrants and get the quality that they expect from Texas Bar CLE programs. And finally, the sections help market the course, as their councils are not only the speakers primarily of the courses, but they're also the ones in attendance primarily. So all in all, this is a great partnership between the sections and the State Bar. So thank you very much to the State Bar of Texas for your support. The partnership between Texas Bar CLE and the sections is a win-win for everyone. We all know what an excellent job Texas Bar CLE does with their excellent staff support. The bar assumes all the financial risks of these courses. Hetty Bauer and her team are in our CLE department are absolutely top-notch, and the sections have an extremely professional level of support at all times. I will not get into the specific numbers, but as you know from each of our budget discussions and presentations, as we heard this morning from President-elect Tisdale, these courses, the CLE courses that are produced and their revenues significantly support the State Bar's bottom line. But this also enables the sections to free up their time to do projects that we spoke about in the beginning of this presentation. For those initiatives, the State Bar has a sections department which helps the sections accomplish the projects and initiatives that are there, and they're no charge to the sections for the staff help. So thanks, and another shout out to Tracy Knuckles and the sections department staff for what they do on behalf of the sections. And finally, this arrangement also helps the Texas Bar CLE develop their online classroom, which was discussed by President Gibson this morning, because just about all of these events are recorded and put it onto the online classroom. And this helps us serve far more Texas lawyers, especially those in geographically challenged areas such as El Paso, and helps make those courses more financially stable. Other section CLEs, there are also a number of sections who produce CLE independently. And some examples of those are several programs that are sponsored with the University of Texas. The Environmental Super Conference is put on entirely by the Environmental Law section. There are 2 juvenile law conferences put on by the Juvenile Law section, and the Construction Law Conference, which is produced by the Construction Law section. And rumor has it that next to the Advanced Family Law CLE, it is the second biggest CLE offered in Texas. There are a number of smaller conferences that are produced under the sections department, and this is especially true for practice areas that are growing in prominence. Some examples are the Military and Veteran section, Animal Law section, Aviation, and the Legislative and Campaign section. These conferences are very important to the State Bar because for instance, Aviation and the Legislative section are the 2 of the newest areas for Texas Bar legal specialization. Now I want to talk a little bit about special projects from some of these sections because they deserve some recognition. The first one is the Real Estate, Probate, and Trust Law section's Leadership Academy. Many sections have DEI programs, and at least 20 sections have some sort of young lawyer initiatives. Most sections offer free membership to attorneys that are licensed for less than 2 years, and Reptil does both of those. The Reptil section has a leadership academy similar to the State Bar's Leadership Academy and other leadership academies which you all may be familiar with, except this, of course, is especially focused on real estate, probate, and the trust practice areas. Every other year, the section takes applications from their section and chooses approximately 12 diverse new attorneys who have been practicing between 3 and 10 years. Members of the class attend 4 one-day classes covering topics that they usually don't receive in law schools about how to grow your practice, getting involved on the State Bar, both on the state and local level. So growing your clientele, managing clients, especially difficult ones, and billing practices. These new attorneys are mentored and provide networking opportunities, and they're allowed to attend the section's 2-day strategic planning with the full council. They are required also to work to complete a project that will benefit the section membership on the real estate and the probate side, depending on the area of practice. This program is also a direct pipeline to active participation in the section CLE conferences through speaking roles. Members have been promoted to full council positions, and several graduates have worked their way to staff state bar committees, such as the real estate and probate forms book. This is an excellent program that has absolutely helped the council improve the diversity within their own ranks. The next section to highlight is the bankruptcy section, their MoneyWise program. The section has developed a toolkit that has everything from a 1-hour presentation by a lawyer from the local community that is presented across the state to high school students. It's created in partnership with the Consumer Information Foundation to teach hands-on financial lessons typically missing from high school curriculums. Students explore real-life scenarios involving budgets, college expenses, interest, mortgages, investment, and planning for the future. These high school students also get real-life advice about potential mistakes to avoid so that they don't wind up in financial trouble down the line and hopefully don't end up living with their parents when they're 30 years old. The next section is the criminal law, criminal justice section. Again, many of our sections have law student mentoring programs where they go and visit law schools either in person or by Zoom. These programs provide a lunch and talk to students about the boots on the ground practice of law. The criminal justice section really puts the extra effort behind these mentoring programs. The section visits 2 to 3 law schools every year and provides perspectives from prosecutors, criminal defense attorneys, and judges, along with the lunch, which attracts them to the meetings. Additionally, they offer a 3-hour CLE for the local community, and the students are encouraged to attend those as well. At least once a year, the criminal justice section works with the Court of Criminal Appeals to organize and prevent the CLE and mentoring program at a law school in conjunction with the Court of Criminal Appeals and their oral arguments. This is truly an admirable program that creates a lot of goodwill in the community. Finally, the section takes resumes from students and they provide those to section members to help third-year law students in their attempts to gain employment in the criminal defense field. In the interest of time, as directed by our chair, immediate past President Borunda Firth covered the Hispanic issue section and what they did with the money they raised this year in the Loteria. So I will skip that one. And in sum, the state bar of Texas sections is alive and well. I hope this presentation has been enlightening and that the information we provided about both the sections' work has been both impressive and that you can better appreciate the importance of the state bar's relationship with the sections and vice versa. Again, special thanks to the Texas Bar CLE and the sections department staff for all the great work that they do, as well as the State Bar executive team and this board for your support to the sections. I'm happy to take any questions. If not, Mr. Chair, that is the extent of my report.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Director Cardenas. At this time, we will move to agenda item 20, the Commission for Lawyer Discipline and Chief Disciplinary Counsel, Shauna Willing and Bobby Ramirez. What am I? Oh, by Zoom. Okay, there we go.
All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Bobby Ramirez. I'm the chair for the Commission for Lawyer Discipline. And first off, I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to present this report to you today. Basically, I'd like to provide you with some disciplinary statistics for the second quarter. There were 93 complaints which were resolved through 77 sanctions at this time. The sanctions that were imposed during this time frame included 7 disbarments, 3 resignations in lieu of discipline, 23 suspensions, 8 public reprimands, 19 private reprimands, and 17 grievance referral programs. For the year to date, there have been 217 complaints resolved through 162 sanctions. Of the 217 of those complaints, approximately $92,378 in attorney's fees revenue was collected during that time frame. I would also like to request your help in terms and to also provide a reminder about the grievance committee appointment process. Basically, the process opens up in February with a decision coming in March. And we would ask all of our district directors to assist us in getting qualified applicants or people to serve on the local grievance committees. The material that's been provided to you, I would recommend that you contact regional counsel in that regard. The top areas of practice that we would need on the committees and on the panels would be individuals with knowledge and experience in criminal law, family law, personal injury, and immigration. So we appreciate all of the help that you provide to us, and thank you for your service, and I'm happy to answer any questions also.
Any comments from directors? Thank you. Agenda
Thank you.
item 21, the Ombudsman update. Stephanie Lowe.
Hi, good afternoon. As he said, my name is Stephanie Lowe. I'm the Ombudsman for the Attorney Discipline System of the State Bar. I'm here today to give a brief presentation on my annual report, which covers the activity of my office from September 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2022. The report should be in your materials. First, a little background. The statute that created my office provides that I am a source of information for the public about the grievance system, a monitor of the attorney discipline system, independent and confidential. It also lays out some things I'm prohibited from doing. These include drafting a complaint or acting as an advocate for a member of the public, reversing or modifying a finding or judgment in any disciplinary proceeding, and intervening in any disciplinary matter. I'm going to go briefly discuss some of the statistics about the inquiries that my office received during this year. I received 766 inquiries this year, which is consistent with the 785 inquiries received during my last reporting period. Shown in the pie chart on page 3, I can receive inquiries in a variety of ways. Similar to the stabilizing trend in the overall number of inquiries, the various contact method percentages stayed fairly steady this year, with inquirers contacting me by phone increasing by 3% and those using email staying about the same. Contacts via the State Bar of Texas's website decreased by 4%, and the percentage of people who contacted my office via mail doubled from 2 to 4%. And although these are moderate changes, it appears that some of the trend toward electronic communication that we saw in the last couple reporting periods is stabilizing and may be reverting back to phone and mail. Now onto the content of those inquiries as detailed in the charts on page 4. While the majority of inquirers, about 40%, continue to contact the Ombudsman to obtain more information about the attorney discipline system, the noteworthy change seen during this reporting period was the percentage of individuals who contacted my office to complain about a concluded case, which increased by 4%. While responding to these inquiries, I of course customized my response based on the inquiry specifics, but I've been able to develop a standard response to individuals asking for more information on the attorney discipline system. A redacted copy of such a response is included in your materials as Exhibit 4 to the appendix. While email continued to be the most common response method at 73%, the trend followed what was seen in contact methods, with email responses seeing a decrease of 4% and phone and mail responses each increasing. My office strives to provide every response as quickly as possible. This year, the average time to close an inquiry was 1.5 days, which is a 25% improvement from the 2-day response time achieved last year, and it's the quickest turnaround time for my office. As seen in the charts on page 7 of the report, 79% of the inquiries were handled within a day, and 95% of the inquiries were handled within a week, both of which were improvements over the last reporting period. I'm now going to discuss some common complaints that my office received about the system as highlighted in the report. Like previous reporting periods, My office received many complaints about the alleged lack of transparency in the grievance system. The major categories of criticisms in this area were: 1, that individuals going through the process were not provided with enough information up front; 2, that complainants were not given a thorough explanation of why their grievance was dismissed; and 3, that it was difficult to get status or process information from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office during the investigation. Beyond transparency-related complaints, my inquirers also frequently brought up the allegation that the grievance process and the State Bar of Texas as a whole are biased in favor of attorneys. Specifically, many complainants noted their belief that the investigators handling the grievances favored the respondents, noting that the investigator was more likely to reach out to the respondent, answer questions from the respondent, and give extensions to them. This purported bias extended the hearing process, with complainants asserting the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, and panel members appeared to be on the respondent's side. Based on these comments, I made 2 recommendations for improvements in my report. It is worth noting that I strove to make different recommendations from previous reports. Additionally, it continues to be true that the disciplinary system is very well run, but like any organization, can always improve. My first recommendation is for grievances upgraded for investigation, that a point person be appointed to respond to questions from complainants and respondents. As noted in this and previous reports, one of the main complaints received from inquirers is the lack of communication from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, particularly during the investigation process. It is hoped that if participants in the process know who to go to and the best way to communicate, they'll be less frantic and more focused in their inquiries. Additionally, having one person to respond will provide a consistency in the answers, which will hopefully avoid any miscommunication errors, even if those are infrequent. My second recommendation is to emphasize the role of complainants as witnesses at the beginning of the grievance process. As discussed before, the Ombudsman receives numerous objections from complainants about the alleged bias of the system, with many in particular noting their lack of control over and participation in the hearing process. I believe that by more thoroughly explaining that complainants are witnesses rather than parties in the process, there will be less objections on these grounds. Just as a victim in a criminal case has a vested interest in the prosecution of a criminal, but cannot dictate the investigation or directly ask questions during a trial, a complainant is there to provide information, but does not have the rights of a party in a lawsuit. Hopefully noting this distinction at the beginning of the investigatory process will lead to less frustration, anger, and questions down the line. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me and consider my report, and I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Any comments or questions from directors? Thank you very much. Agenda item 22, the Texas Access to Justice Commission. We are joined today by the chair of the Texas Access to Justice Commission and the former White House counsel. I just like saying that. It makes me feel marvelously important every time I say it. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say, what really excites me is looking to my left and seeing women as far as the eye can see. Thank you very much for having me, and I can't really express adequately how grateful the commission is for the support that we have from the State Bar of Texas. It is both financial, but also through leadership and participation, and we are very, very grateful to you, the board and the leadership, and all of those that participate from the State Bar. And I want to emphasize that you actually appoint 6 of our members of the commission, and I want to emphasize Karen Nicholson, who is a non-lawyer member of our commission, appointed by the State Bar, and I think she served on the State Bar board at one point. But Karen, as a non-lawyer, has done tremendous work, and just yesterday on our Veterans Committee, she was there and helping make sure that the veterans who serve this country but now find themselves in need of legal services, unable to afford them, are being helped through the support that this board provides to our commission. So we thank you for those 6 members and for all of the support that we get, and Trey and his leadership, of course, along with a tremendous number of other individuals. Now, it's not, I think, unknown that we've been asked to consider this year a special project. It came to us in the form of a letter from the Supreme Court of Texas. And I want to begin describing this work of the commission this year by actually focusing on the language of that letter, because I think it tells us what we need to do in very, as you might suspect, out of our Supreme Court, specific, very clear, very precise language. And what the commission has been requested to do is to examine existing rules and propose modifications in the following areas. Modifications that would allow qualified, non-attorney paraprofessionals to provide limited legal services directly to low-income Texans. And secondly, modifications that would allow non-attorneys to have economic interests in entities that provide legal services to low-income Texans while preserving professional independence. That is the assignment, and we're off and running in terms of addressing what we've been more than asked to finish by the fall. So as you might suspect, we have a lot of work to do. We have formed a commission working group to address these requests. The working group are chaired by 3 outstanding Texas lawyers, and you know them all: Lisa Hobbs, Justice Michael Massengale, and Canon Wooten. We are very grateful to them for taking on this assignment, because they are all very busy professionals, and this is not going to be done without a tremendous amount of work. So we're grateful to them for their leadership. They will each chair a subcommittee addressing a particular aspect of the assignment, and they will be assisted by the National Center for State Courts, and the National Center for State Courts will help by providing administrative assistance to them, as well as the wealth of knowledge that the center has about what goes on in other states, what has worked in some areas, not worked, and they just bring a wealth of knowledge in dealing with these kinds of issues. So we are appreciative that they step forward to help. And I guess from this point forward, that working group starts on Monday. Will be their first meeting, and we'll all be very interested in seeing how all of this develops. Now, the one thing that I will say is that we are not looking to any other state as the pattern for what we will do in Texas. We are not looking for some particular way to go about this task other than what I'm going to describe the Texas way. We're going to look at the issues. We're going to study them hard. We're going to be informed by all those other state activities, but we'll do this carefully. You can tell that through the leadership that will be helping us, and we'll report somehow, I'm not sure how at this point, by the fall. So stay tuned. We have another special project, and that is just a strategic planning exercise. We haven't done a strategic plan at the commission in a while, and it's time. We'll be helped there by consultants, one who just completed the strategic plan for the Access to Justice Foundation. He is a consultant from Colorado who's done similar things around the country, but also he knows our Texas landscape. So we don't have to pay to educate him about what goes on in Texas. He's already looked at access to justice pretty thoroughly here in the state. He'll be assisted by none other than our own Bruce Bauer. And I'm sure all of you know that he was the recipient of the Emily Jones Lifetime Achievement Award for the work that he has done in improving society and inspiring others, particularly in legal services to the poor. So we are grateful to them for stepping forward and leading those efforts. Other activities that the commission will be involved in, many are ongoing. One that I want to mention is David McAtee's inspired suggestion for a pro bono program that would feature a partnership between a client and a law firm. David McAtee came up with this idea and executed a 2-hour program that was totally enjoyable, but also quite interesting to see these partnerships and other ways. It didn't solely focus on that partnership concept, but particularly, for example, it talked about one where American Airlines is partnered with Jones Day and things of that nature that really are helpful and inspiring. So we're grateful to David McAtee, who's a true leader in the access area. And we have many corporate counsel who are, and we're grateful to them. A big item that I really want to emphasize is our dues checkoff. I have to report that our rate of contribution by our lawyers right now is 9.5%, is the best estimate we've been able to get. I think we all can appreciate that we can do better than 9.5%, and we'd like to try. And so I would love any suggestions that people in this room have about how to encourage lawyers, how to make it easy. And when you think about the small amount of money that we ask for on the dues checkoff, if we could just figure out how to encourage all of the lawyers in the state, we wouldn't be, and I love the fact that we did exceed last year's performance, and we raised over $1.6 million, but you can see how much more money we could raise with higher participation. So we need your help in how best to go about doing that. And one way you could help us is come up with a theme. We're in the process right now of trying to come up with what should be the theme. How do we reach out to lawyers and get them to be inspired to participate in the dues checkoff? So if you've got any brilliant ideas, or we'll take any idea. So just let us know. And I'm also going to mention 2 other projects that we are working on, and then I know I'm probably over time, but one is that I am thrilled to report that when we reached out this year to the deans of all 10 of our law schools to serve on the Law School Advisory Committee for the Texas Access to Justice Commission, every single dean said yes. So that is very encouraging, and just shows that the law schools are all in with us. And that's great news, and now it's up to us to see what we can do. There are projects which I won't take the time to describe, but specific projects related to law schools, inspiring students and making access to justice part of their DNA, and that's what that advisory committee should be all about. Veterans, a wonderful area for us. The fact that we have people, I've said this before, they served our country. They can't get lawyers now. That's shameful, and we ought to do something about it. And once again, Terry Tottenham has come forward and is helping make sure that we do something about it with his committee, and they are active, spending tremendous amount of time, and I'm very encouraged that we will make progress in that area. And so again, all of these projects are ones where you can help. People in this room are helping, and the more we can engage to make sure that our low-income Texans who deserve to be as much a part of our justice system as each and every one of us, the more we accomplish that goal, the better off Texas will be and our people will be. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, and of course, not just for the report. Okay. Are there any comments from directors? Director Fisher.
Yes, I was sitting there minding my own business when I got that text from you that you wanted my input on this thing.
Not sure that's what the text said, Director Fisher, but please go ahead.
Well, and I've been nice for many hours already. If you allow, now that you woke me up, if you allow me 30 seconds, I would like to tell Carlos Cardenas that please, when you do the sections, don't forget the family law section. We have the biggest CLE. We have 6,000 members, and it's the best committee I've ever served on from the State Bar. On the non-lawyers thing, though, I brought this up the last meeting, and it's something that we really ought to think about. But first, the demographics of this room are not exactly what the lawyers out there represent. And Corey could probably, my demographics partner could probably tell you that. We're probably a little bit older, we're probably somewhat more successful, and we're probably somewhat wealthier, if you want to use that term. And what I'm concerned about is, and I know Ms. Myers said that we shouldn't look at other states, but in the way, 2 states, Arizona and Utah, do it, Florida voted 46-0 not to do it. And I want to see their mistakes first. I would hope we can look at their mistakes before we get into anything like that. There's a lot of lawyers still, even though the market's good, who are struggling, who are younger, who are poorer than us. And I'm really worried about competition from non-lawyers. I mean, there's plenty of Facebook lawyers to annoy us already, maybe even some from A&M. But at any rate, it takes a lot of thought. I really want people to give it consideration. I'm worried about things like rocket lawyer and all these things that might come up to where family lawyers and other lawyers have to go back and fix all those cases. So I'm somewhat against it, but I'm open-minded. I'd like to see what happens. And did I say enough? I mean, I've been nice to you all day,
Thank you, Director Fisher. It's not often I'm rendered speechless, but every once in a while, Director Fisher puts me there. That will move us to agenda item 23. That will be the report from the Texas Young Lawyers. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Director
Just
Hill.
to briefly add to Director Fisher's comments, and I'm going to try and be very brief. Specifically with regard to family law, I have on multiple occasions had to go back and help individuals who have utilized the pro se divorce forms because they didn't realize that they didn't divide their home properly or that they screwed up their retirement account. So with things like paraprofessionals being able to do things that, frankly, dividing military retirement, a lot of lawyers screw that up. So with regard to this project, I would just strongly encourage the Access to Justice Commission to work very closely with the committees and sections and directors to make sure that things like that are discussed on the front end, so that these people that we're trying to help, we don't actually put in a worse position because these people can't afford to then come back and hire someone to try and undo mistakes that they had no idea they were making in the first place. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hill, and I would encourage any directors who have comments on this issue to reach out to Director Wooten, who is going to be helping to spearhead this effort for the commission, because they are actively looking for your input and your board members, but you're also Texas lawyers. Agenda item 23, TYLA President Michael Ritter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to share with you the updates from the TYLA board since the last time that we met. In November, along with President Gibson, I had the honor of presenting at the new lawyers induction ceremony in Austin. And if you haven't noticed yet, I tend to convert my bar journal articles into presentations. And for this one, it was the Princess Bride topic. And so I had rehearsed it and I was like, okay, I'm good to go. This is good to go. And then I realized that I'm up on stage and I have the entire Supreme Court of Texas behind me, the entire Court of Criminal Appeals behind me, and I'm repeatedly saying, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father, prepare to die. Without being able to see their reactions. And so it was very stress-inducing, but I'm happy to say that the photos shows that I can probably say about a majority, 6 out of 8, if not more, Supreme Court justices have seen the movie. And we have a strong dissent from the Court of Criminal Appeals that have watched it as well. But I digress. I was honored to share with the new lawyers the resources that TYLA has and to share with them the state bar benefits as well as the benefits of getting involved in bar service. Since our last board meeting, the TYLA board has met twice. Our project committees reported on all of the updates and progress that we have made towards our annual projects and programs throughout the year. One of the things that I encourage our board to do as a pipeline to leadership to this board as well as other bar services just to buy in, and I'm happy to say that a lot of them do. Our theme for our November meeting was the TV shows from our childhood, and we had a full Scooby-Doo gang. But in addition to all that, we also worked very hard. In January, we had our wellness summit that President Gibson had already discussed. I'll touch a little bit more on this later, since it's been addressed already. After that, we had our board meeting still in Houston at the Magnolia Hotel. As President Gibson mentioned, we had a slate of candidates that were nominated and then elected within the week. For young lawyers, it's helpful for us to get things done quickly in terms of leadership selection because instead of campaigning for long periods of time, it makes leadership more accessible without having to take on that additional burden. The president-elect race, we have our 2 candidates, Callie Franks and Hisham Masri. They're both great individuals, great people, great lawyers. Hisham is in-house counsel, and Callie Franks has an alternative legal career working for a CLE company, Law Line. So we have new kinds of lawyers serving in these leadership roles that can help the state bar hopefully reach out to more attorneys in different areas. If they're ever campaigning in your area, hope you'll reach out to them and say hello. A lot of our projects, I'll just go through them briefly, that we've actually completed so far this year. There have been thousands of volunteer hours that have gone into each of these, into all of these programs and projects that we have completed and are still working on completing. I think board governance is a good thing, so we actually formalized our new directors packet. After a 4-year hiatus, we restarted our quarterly newsletter. As I mentioned before, in addition to our quarterly newsletter, we also were able to start moving all of our videos from our various websites onto YouTube so that they're more accessible to the public and easier to share when we go into schools and are doing presentations. As I mentioned before, at the new lawyers induction, we rolled out our guide to the first year of practice, where the new lawyers could use the QR codes to check off boxes about the things they need to do to maintain their license during their first year of practice. We also published an anthology of A to Z's considerations for lawyers participating on nonprofit boards, completed an adoption FAQ following up on Director Rispoli's initiatives from last year. Our competitions committee graded submissions for the paper chase writing competition in conjunction with the Baylor Law School. And we've had an ongoing social media promotion of our Teach Safe, Be Safe, Learn Safe program that is designed for teachers to learn more about laws that affect them and their students and how to detect signs of abuse. This promotional effort in the past several months, we've already reached close to 15,000 lawyers that are accessing the website. So it's been a huge success so far and a worthwhile investment. I really wanted to bring to y'all's attention our Bar Foundation project, which we have completed the website as of just a few days ago. And this is the thing that we usually work on the hardest throughout the year. And I'm just happy to report that our project committee has already completed this so early in the year so that we have the rest of the year to roll it out. I would like to thank Judge Wilkinson, Judge McClure, and Director Pratt for their assistance in creating the videos, getting interviewed. There's an overview of Texas courts once you log onto the home page. As you scroll down, there are videos that walk individuals through what to expect in a particular case that they might have, whether it's a divorce, car accident, get a DWI, and hear perspectives from prosecutors from both sides of the bench, prosecutor, defense attorneys, plaintiff's attorneys, defense attorneys, and from a judge who presides over a court that hears those cases to help manage the expectations of clients who are going through those types of cases. We also redid our jury service video. It's a very popular resource. I think Justice Wainwright was the last one. It was did our last video on this, and the website didn't look like it was from when it was actually made. So it was time to do an update. In addition to those resources, we have a student educational program as part of the How Texas Courts Work site, How Texas Courts Work website called the Deliberation Room. We had our national trial competition, our mock trial competition committee do mock trials, and the activity for the students is to watch two witnesses, watch their testimony, and then discuss and deliberate who they believe and why. The website contains tips for what to consider when you're trying to assess somebody's credibility, as well as to understand that just because you perceive something a certain way does not make it true, with examples like the infamous dress, what color it is, the Laurel and Annie audio hallucinations, and other examples. I've also continued to work hard on my Bar Journal articles because I also use them for my speeches, as I mentioned, and I wanted to highlight a couple of the messages that I got from young lawyers. And the one on the left up there, yeah, and both of these, what I'd like to point out is that they're both photos of the printed out copies of the Bar Journal, which means that young lawyers are still finding value and are using the printed out copies of the Bar Journal to read the materials that are in there. So the cost is going up, but I think it's still worthwhile for the attorneys who want to consume information from the Texas Bar in that particular medium. And the last slide, our wellness summit. We had a lot of different wellness activities. One of them included painting, and I have a video here of Trey painting.
That was an award winner.
It is going up for auction, so we'll start at the bid of 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. But I wanted to show this video because I'm so grateful that in order to get TYLA directors to buy in, I'm only able to make that sale because we have an executive director, an amazing executive team, and State Bar staff who just commits tirelessly to making sure that all the functions of the State Bar are working at all levels, and that as a board of directors, I'm grateful to you for buying in as well and supporting TYLA and the missions of the State Bar of Texas. So unless there are any questions, that concludes my report.
Any comments from directors? Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 24A, Supreme Court Liaison Report, Justice Deborah Lehrman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As always, I want to start out by thanking you all on behalf of the court. The entire court is very, very appreciative of everything that every one of you do. And we know how much time it takes to exert the kind of energy and the commitment and dedication that you all provide so generously. So please accept our gratitude, because we are sincerely, sincerely grateful for that. And also for this wonderful staff, the State Bar of Texas. We have the best staff. We have to have the best staff in the country, although I don't know anyone else, but they're just so wonderful, and we really appreciate all that you do. So we have now issued, yes, 59 emergency orders due to the pandemic. The good news is that I think we are only going to issue one more, and we're actually calling it the last emergency order. We issued emergency order 59 that was to continue until February the 1st. That continues to permit courts to conduct most proceedings except jury trials where the parties don't agree by Zoom from the courthouse, maintaining the authority for electronic proceedings. We have continued that emergency order, as you all know, because absent that order, there's no authority right now for courts to conduct things virtually. However, we are going to have a remote participation rule that we believe will take effect on February the 1st. And I'm guessing that that is probably going to come out perhaps even this afternoon. So you all can be looking for that. Under the proposed rules, courts may allow or require a court participant to appear remotely. However, they prohibit a district or county court from requiring a lawyer, party, or juror to appear remotely in a jury trial unless the parties agree. When a district or county court hears oral testimony, it cannot require a lawyer or party to appear remotely absent the parties' agreement or for good cause. Our comment deadline ended on January 1st. We received 44 comments, and they were all really very positive. We received communication from TADC, TTLA, Texas ABOTA, TCJL, and the Texas State Commission of American Colleges of Trial Lawyers, and they all wrote that they felt that the court did listen to their concerns, take them into consideration, and that they were all supportive of the rules. So I want to thank all of you who participated in that. We need to be mindful that this rule only applies to civil cases, not criminal cases. Perhaps the criminal cases will be dealt with at a later date, but they have not been dealt with thus far. And that's the reason we're going to issue one more emergency order to make sure that courts who handle those criminal matters can get their affairs in order, realizing that they aren't going to have the authority to do that until, after this emergency order lapses. With regard to statement of inability to afford court costs on other matters, in October, the court approved a final bilingual form statement of inability to afford court costs or an appeal bond. And that is effective immediately when it was signed. With TRAP 39.7, the court proposed amendments to that particular appellate rule governing oral arguments requested and waivers in the courts of appeals. The amendments provide that if a court sets a case for oral argument, then all parties that filed a brief are entitled to participate, even if a party did not request oral argument on the cover of its brief. And as with the remote participation rules, the period ended for public comment January 1st, and we expect that that rule will take effect on February 1st. The juvenile proceedings rules, in November, the court issued a preliminary order approving 2 sets of rules for juvenile proceedings. The first covers the use of restraints on children in juvenile proceedings, and the second set of rules expedite appeals of orders certifying a juvenile to stand trial as an adult. Both of these rules were made in response to a directive by the legislature that we do so. We are now asking for comments by May 1st, and we expect at this time to issue an order on June 1st. And the court is also working on finalizing will forms and cyberbullying forms, also, again, in response to a legislative directive. The court issued preliminary orders on all of these topics in the fall, and public comments were due by December 1st. With regard to the local rules process, we have been working with OCA to launch the local rules process. As you'll recall, we no longer are going to be the ones that give final approval to that. And under these new rules, courts will be required to post their local rules on OCA's website for them to be effective. As of January 1st, the website is now live for both courts and the public. I know we're all ready to get on the road, so I will conclude with that. But again, I think that we can never say too much or express our gratitude enough. Thank you all. The third branch of government is so important in this wonderful experiment of democracy, and that starts with everybody in this room. Thank you.
Any comments from directors? That brings us to agenda item 24B, our report from the Court of Criminal Appeals Liaison, Judge Jesse McClure III.
So I have two items today, both sort of following on previous speakers. My first item would be something that Justice Lehrman just mentioned. I will be speaking at the Criminal Judges Conference next month, and we were just talking about remote proceedings, and I have informally done this, but I will also sort of in front of a bunch of criminal judges just sort of remind them that perhaps not everything in criminal court needs to be done in person. It's really, and I've heard anecdotally throughout the state of people telling stories of, hour-and-a-half drives each way to court for a 5-minute court conference or for the case just to be passed. And so hopefully we can work smarter, not harder in that regard. My second item follows on something that Director Cardenas mentioned when he talked about reaching out to law school students, especially with the criminal justice section. And so I just want to remind everyone in this room that on March 23rd, our court will be having oral argument at Baylor Law School. There will also be a CLE attached to that, and there will also be a mentoring opportunity with law students for that event. So if you are from Waco or Waco adjacent, or want an excuse to drag somebody to the Magnolia complex and also get some CLE, I'd encourage you to do that. It is really a lot of fun for us to go to the law schools. I think I speak for all our judges and probably the Supreme Court justices as well, that part of our job is just to be out there and make what we do accessible. A lot of times people hear appeals and they think it's just, it's minutia, it's complicated, but if you actually go to an oral argument and kind of watch it, it starts to make sense. So again, if you know anyone who's interested in seeing what we do in person, or if you yourself are, I'd certainly encourage you to come. And as always, you always have an open invitation if you're in Austin to give me a call, and I'll show you the courtroom and our fancy chairs and all that stuff. Thank you for all you guys do, and thank you for your time.
Any comments from directors? That brings us to agenda item 24C, our Judicial Section Liaison, Judge Melody Wilkinson.
Well, greetings from the judicial section of the State Bar of Texas and all of the judiciary in Texas. I do want to say that your judges all across the state are hard at work. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank Judge McClure, who you just heard from, and also the Court of Criminal Appeals, because they provide grants to the Texas Center for the Judiciary, which is a companion organization, and they provide education to the judges. So we are grateful for them in that. We're also very grateful for Texas Bar CLE because they too provide education to the judges and free education at that. So we are always very appreciative. But speaking of education, I want to let you know that the Texas Center for the Judiciary, with the grant that I mentioned from the Court of Criminal Appeals, they educated 161 new judges in the state of Texas last December. So you have 161 new judges out there with that new education, and they are eager to do their jobs. Now, one of the jobs that we are also doing this year, and this has not been done since 2007, but all judges in the state of Texas have been encouraged to participate in a weighted caseload study. And that's in essence keeping track of all of the hours that we devote to our cases and that to the work that we do. It reminds me of those dreaded billable hours that I thought I was finished with when I was fortunate enough to go to the 17th District Court. But that program started this week, and that will last until, I believe, February 26th. So it's a month-long process. So just recognize that your judiciary is keeping track of its hours and the amount of time that they've spent. Now, while I mentioned the Texas Center for the Judiciary, who also educates the judges, I want to make sure that you understand that the section of the State Bar of Texas, we are active, we have committees, we especially have an active ethics committee and a legislative committee. And I can assure you that our legislative committee is there to be a resource to our legislators and also to monitor the legislation. The judiciary will have some important legislation that it will be monitoring and following very closely. And we have fingers crossed that we will be happy at the end of the session, but there are no promises. And so we will see how this session turns out for the judiciary. Again, thank you so much for having me participate on behalf of the judiciary. Are there any questions or anything that I could answer for anybody? Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon.
Any comments from directors? All right, there will be no report under agenda items 24D and E, which brings us to agenda item 25, which is the report from our general counsel, Ross Fisher.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just since we were last together, I've worked on a couple of items with in-house legal counsel that have already come before you today, such as the selection of outside counsel for the building project, and then some changes to the policy manual that you've already adopted today. So that's what I've been working on, and I'll wrap it up. Thanks.
Any comments from directors? Brings us to agenda item 26, report from legal counsel. I believe we're going to go into closed session. Yes. It's now 1:58 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by section 55.071 of the Texas Government Code for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding the Bennett v. State Bar of Texas litigation, and as authorized by section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session. It is now 2:03 p.m., and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultation with legal counsel regarding the Bennett v. State Bar of Texas litigation were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. Before we recite the mission statement and adjourn, just a couple of housekeeping notes. First, thank you, President Gibson, for bringing us to College Station. For many of us, it was our first time, and it was absolutely wonderful. And we appreciate all three of you. We know two of you are traveling willy-nilly across the state, and the third has taken what should have been her year of relaxation and taken over the building project. And we're very grateful to all three of you. Thank you, Executive Director Apfel, to you and the remarkable staff for a wonderful meeting as always. Again, please remember to thank the staff for their efforts on our behalf. Thank all of you for participating in the only State Bar of Directors board meeting in history in which the words Wazoo, Bowles, and Inigo Montoya all were used during the meeting. So I think that's a first. And thank you finally for being coachable. I've learned that if I threaten you with a second night, the pace accelerates dramatically. With that, I would ask Director Tobey to come forward and lead us in the mission statement.
Our mission, the mission of the State Bar of Texas, is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law.
Thank you, Director Tobey. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Director Harris. Is there a second? By Director Cardenas, and I will declare us by unanimous acclamation